Welcome. Today we embark on a tranquil journey back in time to a place of profound significance, a landscape carved by both nature and human ambition. We are traveling to the west bank of the River Nile, opposite the ancient city of Thebes, modern Luxor. Here, nestled in the sun-scorched hills of the Theban necropolis, lies a valley with secrets. This is the Valley of the Kings, a royal burial ground of the New Kingdom for nearly 500 years, a testament to a quest for eternal life and enduring power. Known in ancient times as the Great and Majestic Necropolis, it was carefully chosen. Its towering peak, Al-Qurn, resembles a natural pyramid. For centuries, from the 18th to the 20th dynasty, this secluded wadi became the final resting place for the kings. Queens and powerful nobles were laid to rest here as well. Their tombs were not grand pyramids visible for miles, but hidden subterranean palaces, designed to protect mummified remains and immense treasures from the ever-present threat of tomb robbers. During our time together, we will explore this site in detail. We will move at a gentle pace, letting the ancient stones tell their stories. We will delve into the geology and the hydrology of the valley, seeing how landscape shaped the tombs. We will trace its long history, from first use as a royal necropolis to eventual decline. We will examine tomb development, architecture, decoration, and the precious equipment they held. We will look at the belief and ritual behind it all, investigate tomb robbers through history, and the archaeologists who work to uncover and preserve this heritage. The valley continues to yield secrets, 65 tombs and chambers found so far, and the tantalizing possibility of more. Our journey will also consider its modern legacy, its role as a premier tourist destination, and the crucial balance between access and conservation. So, let us begin our exploration of this incredible open-air museum, a window into the soul of ancient Egypt. The story of the Valley of the Kings is a layered narrative written in stone, in art, and in the very dust of the desert. To appreciate its meaning, we begin beneath our feet. This valley is a deliberate choice of landscape. Layers of sedimentary rock, dense, workable limestone interspersed with softer marl and shale, offered both opportunity and constraint to ancient builders. Generations of craftsmen read these layers with practiced eyes, tunneling through the hillside with bronze and flint, turning raw geology into corridors, chambers, and sanctuaries. Natural weaknesses threaded the rock, faults and joints that dictated the placement, the size, and even the shape of each tomb. Plans met reality at the rock face, and reality often won. A sudden fracture could divert a passage or force a dogleg turn, altering the intended design. Every tomb preserves traces of this dialogue between human intention and unforgiving stone. Cracks and fissures were never trivial. A single joint could compromise a ceiling or sheer decoration from a wall, threatening both structure and sacred images. Ancient engineers learned to listen to the mountain. They tapped for hollows, watched for hairline seams, and when necessary, abandoned sections to begin anew, an expensive wager against time. Geology here is inseparable from water. Though the valley is dry most years, it is, in truth, a wadi, a channel awaiting rare, violent storms. When rain finally comes, the baked ground refuses it. Water cascades from the cliffs, gathers speed in the gullies, and surges along the wadi floor with startling force. Floods scour the landscape and, most dangerously, pour through open entrances, filling chambers, dissolving plasters and lifting pigments that have clung to stone for millennia. Within, priceless objects can be tumbled into sodden confusion. The flood that sealed Tutankhamun's doorway, hiding it for ages, remains the valley's most famous cautionary tale. Ancient builders answered with strategy, entrances cut high on slopes, diversion walls and channels to deflect the torrent, and steep corridors that acted as sumps. Simple, clever hydraulics. Today, the struggle endures. Modern channels and catchments stand guard, while conservators labour to stabilise fragile walls and safeguard colour that time and water conspire to erase. Selecting a tomb site was the first and gravest decision, for the king's eternal security rested on the quality and behaviour of the stone. Above, the upper shale swells and crumbles with moisture. Below, the limestone holds a steadier hand. Builders pierced the fragile layers swiftly, then drove steep, plunging corridors to bypass unstable strata and reach sound rock. Over it all rises Al-Qurn, its pyramid silhouette a natural monument. To New Kingdom eyes, that peak linked their hidden burials with the Old Kingdom's ideal, enduring form married to divine order. Its solid limestone was read as an omen of favour. Its pyramidal form evoked the primeval mound, the land emerging from the waters of creation. The choice of place was practical, yes, but also profoundly sacred. In the hands of architects and artisans, geology became a medium. Beds selected, faults avoided, passages aligned to strength. Bronze and flint, guided by listening and skill, shaped a palace for the dead from the living rock. And so the ground itself underpinned ambition. Stone that set limits, invited ingenuity, and ultimately bore the weight of eternity. In this valley, the earth and the afterlife were hewn as one. Having explored the very bones of the land, we now turn to the soul of the place, its history. The ancient Egyptians did not call this site the Valley of the Kings. To them it was known by a far more evocative and descriptive name, Ta Sekhet Maat, the Great Field. However, its full formal title was even grander, Ta Intamehu, the Great and Majestic Necropolis, of the millions of years of the pharaoh. Life, strength, health, in the west of Thebes. This name reveals everything about its purpose. It was not merely a cemetery, it was a monumental machine for eternity, a sacred landscape engineered to guarantee the pharaoh's rebirth for millions of years to come. Over the course of its 500-year history, the use of the valley evolved. The tombs themselves reflect the changing fortunes and priorities of different dynasties. Earliest tombs from the 18th dynasty, like Thutmose, feature a bent axis plan. The entrance corridor descends steeply, then makes a sharp right-angled turn before the burial chamber. This dogleg may have been to confuse robbers, or to avoid faults in the rock. Decoration in early tombs was often simple, painted figures on plain backgrounds resembling papyrus scrolls. From the moment the first pharaoh was laid to rest, the immense wealth interred with him became a powerful lure for the desperate and the greedy. Despite the secrecy, the remote location, and the presence of the Medjay guards, tomb robbing was an almost constant problem throughout the history of the Valley of the Kings. These were not simple smash-and-grab operations. The robbers were often highly organized, sometimes even including the very workmen who had built the tombs, and the officials charged with protecting them. They possessed insider knowledge of the tomb layouts, the locations of hidden chambers, and the methods used to seal the entrances, giving them a significant advantage over the authorities. At dusk, the valley grows quiet. In this twilight, we mark a turning point. By the end of the 20th dynasty, around 1077 BCE, the age of royal building here was drawing to a close. Ramesses XI's burial would be the last of its kind in this sacred wadi. The final royal chapter written into the rock. Beyond the cliffs, Egypt's power fractured. Rulers in the north at Tanis, and the high priests of Amun holding the south from Thebes. The kingdom's centre no longer held as before. With fragmentation came scarcity. The resources and central authority to cut and defend new royal tombs in the valley simply vanished. In the 21st dynasty, pharaohs chose burial within temple precincts of the northern capital, Tanis, a different approach to royal rest far from these western cliffs. As new burials ceased, the valley's purpose shifted from creation to salvage and reuse, a sober phase of recovery and protection. For nearly 500 years, this secluded wadi served as a sacred stage, the final act in the lives of Egypt's greatest pharaohs. It was a landscape of divine purpose, meticulously engineered to guide the royal spirit through peril and toward rebirth. From the geology that set its limits to the theology that clothed its walls, every choice expressed a single ambition: to conquer death and secure a legacy for millions of years. The Valley of the Kings is more than a collection of tombs. It is a priceless archive of human civilization. The art upon its walls opens a window onto belief and tradition, scenes that still speak across 3 millennia. The treasures of Tutankhamun and others have shaped our understanding of daily life, royal power, and funerary practices. Today, it is a premier heritage site, welcoming visitors from around the world, a popularity that brings a modern paradox of access and preservation. Conservators and archaeologists labour on stabilising fragile walls, safeguarding colour, excavating, studying and conserving. Steady, patient work in service of time. New technologies reveal what eyes once missed: scanning light across pigments, digital reconstructions, rekindling hidden details and lost colours. The valley remains a place of discovery, a testament to human faith and the enduring quest for immortality. As we leave its silent, sun-baked corridors, we carry a deeper regard for all we have seen. Hopes, fears, and the very soul of a civilization were carved into living rock, a legacy in stone that continues to speak to us across the ages. In the vast and sun-scorched landscape of Upper Egypt, across the timeless waters of the Nile from the modern city of Luxor, lies a testament to one man's monumental ambition. Here, on the Theban necropolis, stands the ruin of a temple so grand, so colossal in its conception, that it was designed to last for an eternity. This is the Ramesseum, the great mortuary temple of Pharaoh Ramesses II. Known to the ancient Egyptians as the House of a Million Years of Usamatre Setepenre, that unites with Thebes the city and the domain of Amun, it was more than just a place of worship. It was a declaration of power, a symbol of divine kingship, and a machine for ensuring the pharaoh's eternal life and legacy among the gods. Today, what remains of the Ramesseum is a hauntingly beautiful skeleton of its former self, a sprawling complex of fallen columns, shattered statues, and weathered walls. Yet even in its state of decay, the sheer scale of the site is breathtaking, leaving visitors to wonder at the incredible engineering and artistic skill of its creators. The temple was not built in isolation. It was part of a sacred landscape dedicated to the afterlife, surrounded by the tombs of queens and nobles in the Valley of the Queens and the Valley of the Nobles. Its purpose was to serve the cult of the deified Ramesses II, ensuring that his name and his deeds would be remembered and celebrated for all time. The name Ramesseum itself is a modern one, coined by the French Egyptologist Jean-François Champollion. Before Champollion, Greek visitors like the historian Diodorus Siculus referred to it as the tomb of Ozymandias. This connection would later inspire one of the most famous poems in the English language. The temple complex was a bustling hub of activity. It included vast granaries, workshops, and a well-regarded library or scriptorium. The Ramesseum was a city in miniature, dedicated to sustaining the memory of one of history's most powerful rulers. The location of the Ramesseum on the west bank of the Nile at Thebes was no accident. For the ancient Egyptians, the west was the land of the setting sun, the realm of the dead, and the gateway to the afterlife. It was from here that his spirit would rise each morning with the sun, god Ra, reborn and rejuvenated to traverse the heavens. Ramesses II, often called Ramesses the Great, understood the power of propaganda and architecture like no other. Ascending to the throne around 1279 BC, he reigned for an astonishing 66 years. He was a warrior king, a prolific builder, and a master of self-promotion. The Ramesseum was perhaps his most personal project. Every surface was covered with reliefs depicting his military victories, his piety towards the gods, and his divine right to rule. The temple's primary function was to facilitate the royal mortuary cult. Daily rituals were performed by a dedicated priesthood to honor the deified Ramesses. These ceremonies were essential for maintaining cosmic order. Mayat. Join us as we step into the world of Ramesses the Great and unveil the mysteries of his lost temple, the magnificent Ramesseum. The construction of the Ramesseum was an undertaking of epic proportions, a project that required immense resources, meticulous planning, and an army of skilled artisans and labourers. The chief architect, Penri, and his team would have first created detailed plans on papyrus scrolls, mapping out every pylon, courtyard, and column with mathematical precision. The builders then had to contend with the chosen site on the floodplain of the Nile. To prevent the temple from being inundated, the entire structure had to be built on a massive raised stone platform. Quarrying the vast quantities of sandstone from Gebel el-Silsila and transporting massive blocks of granite from Aswan was a logistical masterpiece. The entire construction process was a symphony of human effort, all orchestrated to realize the pharaoh's grand blueprint for eternal life and everlasting glory. As one approached the Ramesseum from the east, the first feature to dominate the view would have been the first pylon. Its outer face was covered in magnificent reliefs depicting Ramesses II's military prowess. Beyond the first pylon lay the first courtyard. This smaller palace, attached directly to the temple, allowed the pharaoh to reside within his own sacred complex during important religious festivals. The most dramatic feature of this courtyard was undoubtedly the shattered remains of a colossal statue. Carved from a single block of Aswan granite, it is estimated to have stood over 17 meters tall. This was the famous Ozymandias that inspired Percy Bysshe Shelley's poem. Passing through the second pylon, one enters the second courtyard. Osiride statue columns, Ramesses II as Osiris. These statues show the pharaoh deified and resurrected. Visitors ascend a short flight of stairs and enter the great Hypostyle hall, a forest of stone, 48 massive papyrus-formed columns, shafts of ethereal light across the central aisle. Reliefs covered every surface. The reliefs form a stone encyclopedia of ritual. The hall acted as a transitional sacred zone between the semi-public courtyards and the utter holiness of the sanctuary beyond. Beyond the hall, smaller, intimate chambers, astronomical room, sanctuary at the westernmost end of the axis. The cult statue of the deified Ramesses was housed here, receiving daily offerings, at the very heart of his eternal home. To understand the magnificent obsession behind the Ramesseum, we must first meet its maker, Ramesses II. Groomed from youth by his father, Seti I, he was appointed Prince Regent as a teenager, learning the arts of statecraft, war and ceremony at the very heart of power. When Seti died, around 1279 BC, Ramesses ascended the throne with boundless energy and towering ambition. His purpose was unmistakable: to eclipse the achievements of all who came before him, to bind his name to eternity, and to fuse royal power with divine favour in stone, ritual and memory. The defining crucible of his reign was the Battle of Kadesh. In relief and inscription, Ramesses stands alone in his chariot, the god Amun at his side, turning the tide by courage and divine aid. From these scenes of thunder and dust, the narrative flows into stone, his true, enduring victory. As master builder, he filled Egypt with works on a colossal scale: pylons and courtyards, avenues of statues, hypostyle halls, dense as forests. At the Ramesseum, architecture became a proclamation. The landscape itself enlisted to broadcast the pharaoh's might, piety, and rightful rule. In his temples, Ramesses appears among the gods as their equal, a living embodiment of divine kingship. Beside him, his principal wife, Nefertari, the most beautiful of them all, was elevated as Hathor incarnate, sharing in the aura of sanctity and rule. Over the decades, his image multiplied, his deeds engraved, his cult sustained. He reigned for 66 years and lived beyond 90. To the ordinary Egyptian, he must have seemed immortal. And so, through ritual and stone, Ramesses the Great fashioned the illusion, and perhaps the experience, of eternity. Among the many treasures of the Ramesseum, none captures the imagination like the colossal statue that once ruled the first courtyard. Now it lies in magnificent ruin, shattered limbs, fallen drums, and wind-worn features adrift in sun and dust. Even in this broken state, the scale awes the spirit. The slow decline began before the end of the New Kingdom as power shifted and the rhythms of devotion faltered. Year after year, the Nile's inundation lapped at the temple's foundations. Then one or more earthquakes likely shook Thebes, toppling Colossi and bringing great roofs down in thunder. In the centuries that followed, the semi-abandoned Ramesseum became a quarry for ready-cut stone. During the Coptic era, many reliefs were defaced, faces and gods chiselled away, leaving pitted walls that still bear the scars of changing faith. Rediscovery gathered pace in the late 18th and early 19th centuries. The strongman engineer Giovanni Belzoni came with a singular aim: to remove the colossal head of Ramesses. Its journey to London and arrival at the British Museum in 1818 caused a sensation and stirred the imagination of Percy Bysshe Shelley. His Ozymandias caught the irony perfectly: boastful words, a broken giant, and around it the boundless sands. Today, archaeologists return with science and care. Excavations have revealed granaries, bakeries and workshops, the infrastructure of a living cult complex. Drones map the plan from above. Photogrammetry and three-dimensional laser scanning render the temple as point clouds and precise meshes. In these digital models, architecture re-emerges and conservation finds its guide, so that what time has taken, knowledge may yet preserve. The ruins of the Ramesseum teach us a profound and timeless lesson about the nature of power and the passage of time. It is the very lesson captured by Shelley in his sonnet on Ozymandias. And yet, today, his colossal statue lies shattered, his courtyards are silent, and his temple is a colossal wreck, slowly being reclaimed by the desert sand from which it was raised. Yet, there is another, more hopeful lesson. While the physical structure has decayed, the ideas, stories and artistry of the Ramesseum have survived. Today, the Ramesseum is more than an archaeological site. It is a living space for dialogue between the past and the present. Ultimately, Ramesses II succeeded in his quest for a form of immortality. He lives on in the historical record, and most vividly in the public imagination. The great house of 1,000,000 years continues to fulfill its purpose not by granting a pharaoh eternal life, but by giving humanity an eternal place to ponder its own past. Today, the Ramesseum stands not only as a monument to ancient Egypt, but as a vital part of the UNESCO World Heritage Site known as Ancient Thebes, with its necropolis. This designation recognizes the outstanding universal value of the Ramesseum and its surrounding landscape, a testament to the achievements of one of the world's greatest civilizations. Ancient Thebes, with its necropolis, includes not only the Ramesseum, but also the Valley of the Kings, the Valley of the Queens, the Temple of Luxor, the Temple of Karnak, and countless tombs and monuments. The global community's commitment to protect and preserve these treasures ensures that their stories, artistry and mysteries will endure for generations to come. The Ramesseum stands as a beacon of humanity's shared heritage, a place where the echoes of the ancient world inspire wonder, reflection, and a sense of connection across time. In the golden sands of Egypt's West Bank, ancient Thebes, with its necropolis, emerges as a tapestry of centuries of devotion, ambition and reverence for the afterlife. Among its sprawling wonders, the Ramesseum rises as a central heartbeat, a monumental link between the living city and the sacred realm of the dead. Thebes was more than a city. It was the spiritual and political epicenter of ancient Egypt, a place where pharaohs sought to immortalize their names and secure their passage to eternity. Its towering columns, intricate reliefs and colossal statues were designed to bridge earth and heaven, connecting the divine with the mortal. Surrounded by the Valley of the Kings, the Valley of the Queens, and the temples of Luxor and Karnak, the Ramesseum's presence is both commanding and connective. It stands as a storyteller, its walls echoing the triumphs of an empire and the timeless quest for legacy. The temple's alignment with the landscape, its proximity to royal tombs, and its enduring artistry speak to its unique role, a guardian at the crossroads of history, culture, and spirituality. Today, as visitors wander through its silent halls, the Ramesseum invites us to reflect on the shared dreams and enduring mysteries of ancient Thebes. It reminds us that within the necropolis, every stone, inscription and shadow is part of a greater whole, a living testament to humanity's eternal dialogue with the past. The Ramesseum is more than a relic. It is the vibrant heart of ancient Thebes, pulsing with stories that will inspire generations yet to come. As dawn breaks over the timeless desert, the golden age of ancient Egypt unfurls before our eyes, an era shaped by the unyielding will and vision of Ramesses II. Under his rule, Egypt reached the zenith of its power, stretching from the Mediterranean to the heart of Nubia. The Nile glitters like a ribbon of life, and the horizon opens upon a realm bound together by ambition, faith, and the promise of eternity. The land thrived, its cities alive with the bustle of trade, the hum of artisans, and the laughter of children along the Nile's fertile banks. Sweeping across the horizon, the temples of Luxor and Karnak rise in splendor, their forests of columns soaring skyward in silent tribute to the gods and the greatness of their king. Streets teem with life. Priests in white linen chant sacred hymns, scribes record the annals of glory, and merchants display treasures from distant lands. At the heart of this vibrant civilization stands the Ramesseum, not merely a house of remembrance, but a living monument to the pharaoh's boundless ambition. Its colossal statues and intricate reliefs come alive, scenes of victory, of festival, of offerings and royal decrees. Here, Ramesses is immortalized not just as a conqueror, but as a patron of the arts, a builder of dreams, a leader whose vision shaped the destiny of nations. The Ramesseum's halls echo with the footsteps of priests, the prayers of supplicants, and the celebrations of a people united in hope and pride. It is a canvas upon which the Golden Age is painted, every stone a testament to triumph, every inscription a whisper of immortality. As we gaze upon the Ramesseum in its glory, we are reminded that this was more than a temple for the dead. It was a beacon for the living, a rallying point for a civilization at its height, and an enduring symbol of the timeless dialogue between mortals and the divine. In the shadow of its mighty pillars, the spirit of Ramesses II lingers still, inviting us to remember a time when Egypt was the world's beating heart, a time when a single man's legacy became the measure of eternity. On the west bank of the Nile, opposite Luxor, lies the Theban necropolis, a city of the dead that has fascinated the world for centuries. Here, pharaohs of Egypt's new kingdom chose their final resting places, with monumental tombs and temples rising from the desert. Among these, one complex stands out for its preservation and dramatic history, Medinet Habu. Medinet Habu's heart is the mortuary temple of Ramesses III. Its towering pylons and decorated halls dominate the landscape. Built as a temple of millions of years, it was meant to secure the king's legacy and union with the gods. Its walls vividly recount Egypt's struggle against the Sea Peoples, mysterious raiders who threatened to plunge the world into chaos. Here, Ramesses III is immortalized as the savior of Egypt, his victories carved in stone. The mortuary temple of Ramesses III is the last monumental temple of the new kingdom, a final statement of Egypt's power and artistry. Modelled after the Ramesseum, it was both a reassurance to his people and a warning to his enemies. By echoing his predecessor, Ramesses the Great, Ramesses III claimed his place in a legacy of greatness. The temple stands as a bridge to Egypt's glorious past during a time of crisis. Medinet Habu's temple is unique for its fortress-like design, with double walls and a Syrian-style Migdal gate. Built during an age of turmoil, its defences reflect the anxieties of the era: famine, invasion and collapse. The reliefs show Ramesses III defending Egypt from sea peoples and Libyan tribes. The temple was both sanctuary and stronghold, embodying the pharaoh's role as Egypt's protector. The temple's walls are a vast historical record, over 7,000 square meters of reliefs. They chronicle not just battles, but ceremonies and daily life, making Medinet Habu a treasure trove for Egyptologists. The Sea People's Wars are depicted in detail, showing the chaos and heroism of Egypt's defense. Without these carvings, much of this pivotal history would be lost. The name Medinet Habu is layered with history. Arabic for City of Habu, possibly linked to a Coptic saint or the deified architect Amenhotep, son of Hapu. His cult's influence may have given the site its enduring name. Ironically, the temple of a warrior king may bear the name of a wise scribe and builder. Medinet Habu's identity reflects centuries of adaptation and memory. Before Ramesses III, this land was sacred as Gemme, the site where creation myths placed the burial of the Ogdoad, 8 primordial gods. Early temples here honoured the creator god Amun, drawing royal patronage for centuries. Ramesses III built his temple atop this holy ground, absorbing its ancient power. In doing so, he linked his legacy to the very origins of creation and renewal. For centuries, Medinet Habu was buried and forgotten, until Napoleon's expedition brought it to light. Artist Vivant Denon was among the first Europeans to document its grandeur, sketching its ruins and reliefs. His work revealed the temple's scale and artistry to Europe, sparking new fascination with ancient Egypt. Denon's illustrations became the world's first glimpse of this lost masterpiece. Decades later, Jean-François Champollion, who deciphered hieroglyphs, visited Medinet Habu. He could finally read the temple's inscriptions, identifying Ramesses III and the stories of the Sea Peoples. With Champollion, the temple's silent walls became a living historical narrative. Medinet Habu's voice was restored after millennia of silence. The approach to the temple is pure pharaonic propaganda. Colossal pylons show Ramesses III smiting his enemies. Inside, the first court features Osiris statues of the king, symbolizing his divine and eternal role. The royal palace connects directly to the temple, merging the king's earthly and divine identities. From the window of appearances, the pharaoh addressed his people, blending power and piety. Medinet Habu remains a testament to the enduring might and mystery of ancient Egypt. The second pylon of Medinet Habu marks the gateway to the temple's sacred heart. Stepping through, you enter the second court, where the atmosphere shifts to religious solemnity. This perfectly preserved peristyle court, surrounded by colonnades, feels secluded and sacred. The walls are alive with vibrant reliefs, depicting grand religious festivals and processions. Beyond lies the Hypostyle hall, its massive columns evoking awe. As you move deeper, The temple narrows and darkens, drawing you closer to the divine. Medinet Habu's walls are more than architecture. They're a vivid chronicle of history. The northern wall's dramatic reliefs show Ramesses III's epic battle against the Sea Peoples. These scenes are breathtaking in detail and scope. We see Egyptian soldiers, fierce battles, and the only large-scale sea battle from the New Kingdom. Artists carefully depicted the Sea Peoples like the feathered Peliset and horned Sheridan. Without these reliefs, our knowledge of this pivotal moment would be almost lost. Attached directly to the southern wall of the Mortuary temple's first court lies the faint footprint of a building that served a very different purpose, the royal palace of Ramesses III. While only the low stone foundations remain today, they map out a complex that was once a vibrant centre of courtly life. This was the pharaoh's official residence when he was in Thebes, a place for ceremony, administration, and personal relaxation. Its direct connection to the temple was highly symbolic, creating a seamless link between the king's mortal, administrative role and his divine, eternal persona. From here, he could move between his worldly duties and his sacred obligations without ever leaving the sanctity of the fortified enclosure, a physical representation of his dual nature. The palace was constructed primarily of mud brick, which well explains its poor state of preservation compared to the stone temple it adjoined. However, archaeological excavations have revealed a great deal about its layout and function. It contained audience halls, private apartments for the royal family, bathrooms and bedrooms. A key feature was the window of appearances, a raised balcony that opened into the temple's first court. From this window, the pharaoh would appear before his subjects, soldiers and courtiers gathered below. It was a stage for the pageantry of kingship, a place from which Ramesses III could bestow honours upon loyal officials and display the spoils of war, reinforcing his status as the supreme and generous ruler of the land of Egypt. Just outside the eastern high gate of the main enclosure lie a series of small, beautifully decorated chapels that add another important historical layer to the site. These are the Sa'it chapels, which served as the tombs for the gods' wives of Amun from the 25th and 26th dynasties, a period centuries after Ramesses III. These powerful women were high priestesses of the Amun cult who held immense religious and political authority in Thebes. Figures like Amenerdes I, Shepenwepet II, and Nitocris I chose to be buried here to be close to the sacred ground of Djemeh and the primeval gods, continuing the site's tradition as a place of immense spiritual gravity and prestige for Egypt's elite. These tomb chapels are exquisite examples of the art and architecture of the late period, which often looked back to older styles for inspiration. They are like miniature temples, complete with their own courtyards, offering halls and burial chambers. The quality of the relief carving is exceptionally fine, showcasing a delicate and precise style that stands in contrast to the bolder work of Ramesses III's era. The survival of these chapels demonstrates that Medinet Habu remained a focal point for worship and elite burial long after the New Kingdom had ended. It was a place whose sanctity and importance endured through the changing fortunes of dynasties, continually attracting the powerful and pious to its hallowed ground. The story of Medinet Habu does not end with the fall of the pharaohs or the burials of the high priestesses. As the ancient Egyptian religion waned, a new faith began to spread across the Nile Valley Christianity. During the Coptic period, from roughly the 4th to the 7th centuries AD, the massive fortified enclosure of Ramesses III's temple offered a perfect sanctuary. Its high walls provided security in an often unstable world, and its expansive courts and halls offered ready-made spaces for a new community to inhabit. The site, once known as Geme, became a thriving Coptic town, one of the most significant Christian centres in the Theban region. The ancient temple was given a new lease on life, its purpose radically transformed. This later settlement left a profound mark on the monument. The residents built their mud brick houses and workshops directly within the temple's courtyards, their simple dwellings leaning against the colossal hieroglyph-covered walls. Soot from their cooking fires blackened the ceilings of ancient halls, and doorways were cut into sacred chapels. Most dramatically, the great second court, the Court of the Feasts, was converted into a large Christian basilica. Columns were rearranged and an altar was erected. The vibrant reliefs depicting pharaonic festivals were covered over with plaster and painted with images of Christian saints, a powerful symbol of one world being built directly upon the foundations of another, a new sacred narrative overwriting the old one. Medinet Habu is far more than a collection of ancient ruins. It is a living chronicle of human history, where echoes of empires and faiths converge. Its story begins on a sacred mound, finds power in the ambition of Ramesses III, and endures through centuries of change. The mortuary temple stands as a defiant roar from the new kingdom, its walls preserving the dramatic saga of the Sea Peoples and the pharaoh's legacy. Here we walk the same processional paths as the ancients, surrounded by stories carved in stone. Medinet Habu's layers, from pharaohs to Coptic Christians, reveal a place never abandoned, always repurposed. Its legacy is survival of a kingdom, a king's name, and a sacred ground that endures as a silent witness to the rise and fall of civilizations. Today, Medinet Habu inspires as a timeless monument to the resilience of the human spirit, a story written in stone for the world to read. Egypt, a land of enduring mystery. The great river Nile carves its path. It has been the lifeblood of this nation. For millennia, civilizations have flourished here. On the Nile's west bank, near Luxor, ancient Thebes once stood in majesty. This was the traditional domain of the departed, a sacred landscape for tombs and temples. Here, nestled within a sun-scorched bay, lies the site known as Deir el-Bahari. Dramatic limestone cliffs rise sheer and stark. They form a natural, imposing amphitheatre. The desert sun beats down with fierce intensity, creating a scene of desolate beauty. This was a place chosen for sacred monuments, a location that speaks of power and eternity. Within this breathtaking natural theatre stands a structure. It is the mortuary temple of Queen Hatshepsut. Its pale colonnades gleam against the golden rock, a striking contrast of human artistry and nature. The ancient Egyptians called it Djoser. This name translates to Holy of Holies, or perhaps the Sublime of the Sublimes. Its visual impact remains undiminished by time. Even now, thousands of years later, visitors are struck by its profound grandeur. A palpable sense of awe fills the air. The temple seems to transcend mere stone. It is a bridge to a distant, powerful past, a testament to ambition and faith. It stands as a silent, majestic guardian, guarding the secrets of a long-lost era. The mortuary temple of Hatshepsut is rightly famed. It is considered a masterpiece of ancient architecture. Its design was revolutionary for its time, breaking from many established traditions. The architect Senenmut showed great ingenuity. He created a structure of enduring beauty, one that harmonizes perfectly with its surroundings, a building that seems to grow from the cliffs. The temple is arranged on 3 ascending terraces. These broad courts are linked by central ramps. Graceful colonnades line the facades of each level, creating elegant patterns of light and shade. This terrace design was a bold innovation. It allows the temple to merge with the cliff face. It appears almost as a natural extension of the rock, a truly inspired and breathtaking architectural vision. Constructed primarily from gleaming white limestone, the temple would have shone brilliantly under the sun. Its construction was a monumental undertaking, requiring vast resources and skilled labor. Thousands of artisans, sculptors and workers toiled to carve the intricate reliefs and towering statues. The sheer scale of the complex is awe-inspiring, reflecting the immense power of the pharaoh. Today, Hatshepsut's temple continues to captivate. It offers invaluable insights into ancient Egypt, into their sophisticated beliefs about the afterlife, their extraordinary architectural and artistic skills, and into the reign of a powerful female ruler. It stands as a vital historical document, its message carved enduringly into stone, a legacy that has weathered the sands of time. The magnificent temple did not spring into existence overnight. Its construction began early in Hatshepsut's reign, likely around her 7th regnal year, circa 1473 BCE. This was a period of stability and growing ambition. Hatshepsut, now firmly established as pharaoh, sought to leave an indelible mark on Egypt's sacred landscape. A monument that would speak of her power and piety, a structure to rival those of her male predecessors. The vision for Djoser is often credited to one man, Senenmut, Hatshepsut's trusted steward and architect. He was a figure of immense influence and talent, overseeing many of the Queen's most ambitious projects. Some scholars suggest a close personal relationship beyond that of a queen and her loyal official. His genius lay in understanding Hatshepsut's desires and translating them into breathtaking architectural reality. The choice of Deir el-Bahari was deeply significant. This bay in the Theban cliffs already held sacred importance. It was adjacent to the mortuary temple of Mentuhotep II, a revered pharaoh from the Middle Kingdom. Hatshepsut consciously linked herself to this great unifier. The site was also considered sacred to the goddess Hathor, a powerful deity associated with love, beauty, and the afterlife. This location provided a dramatic, almost theatrical backdrop. The scale of the undertaking was truly monumental. It was to be a temple unlike any seen before in Egypt. Vast resources were marshalled for its creation. Labor, materials, and artistic skill were all required. Hatshepsut was not merely building a temple. She was crafting a powerful statement of her divine right. Her legitimacy as pharaoh would be carved into its very stones, a legacy intended to endure for all eternity. The construction of Hatshepsut's temple was a colossal effort. It demanded a vast and highly organized workforce. Thousands of individuals contributed their skills and labor. Skilled stonemasons meticulously shaped the limestone blocks. Artisans carved intricate reliefs and painted vibrant scenes. Engineers and foremen oversaw the complex logistics. Scribes kept detailed records of progress and expenditure. It was a city of workers, dedicated to a singular vision. The primary material was fine white limestone, quarried from Tura on the opposite bank of the Nile. This stone gave the temple its dazzling appearance, gleaming brightly under the powerful Egyptian sun. Red granite was imported from Aswan for doorways and statues. Sandstone was also used for certain structural elements. Transporting these massive blocks was an immense challenge, requiring ramps, rollers, and sheer human effort. The precise duration of the temple's construction remains debated. Most Egyptologists estimate it took around 15 years, a significant portion of Hatshepsut's 22-year reign. Work likely progressed in phases, terrace by terrace, starting with the lower levels and gradually ascending. Each ramp and colonnade meticulously aligned, the vast courts slowly taking shape against the cliffs, a testament to careful planning and sustained effort. The engineering challenges were considerable for the time. Creating the broad, stable terraces required ingenuity, cutting and fitting the enormous stone blocks precisely, ensuring the structural integrity of the colonnades, the intricate carving of countless reliefs and hieroglyphs, depicting scenes of divine birth, trade expeditions, and religious rites. All this was achieved with tools of copper and stone, a remarkable feat of ancient skill and perseverance. Hatshepsut's temple housed shrines dedicated to key deities, integrating her mortuary cult with Thebes' religious landscape. Notable shrines include the Hathor shrine, with columns carved as Hathor's head, and the Anubis shrine. The Amun-Ra sanctuary on the uppermost terrace featured exquisite painted reliefs. These shrines ensured divine favor for Hatshepsut in her afterlife. Hatshepsut's mortuary temple stood as a glorious monument, but her tomb was hidden. The temple was for her cult, sustaining her spirit in the afterlife. However, it was not her final resting place. Hatshepsut sought a hidden burial in the Valley of the Kings. The valley offered secrecy, vital for protecting royal mummies. For centuries, Hatshepsut's tomb remained an enigma. Archaeologists scoured the hills, yet her mummy eluded them. Speculation abounded regarding her ultimate fate and burial. Some wondered if her tomb had been destroyed, while others believed it lay undiscovered. The search for her was a significant missing piece in Egyptian history. Thutmose III attempted to erase Hatshepsut from historical records. Her statues were defaced, her cartouches removed, raising questions about her tomb. The quest to find her became an attempt to restore a powerful figure. The Valley of the Kings held many secrets. Each discovery offered hints, but no definitive answers. Early explorers documented tombs, yet none were Hatshepsut's. The search required patience, research, and luck. The world awaited the moment her sanctuary would yield its secrets. The quest to identify Hatshepsut's mummy was reignited in the early 21st century. Dr. Zahi Hawass spearheaded a new initiative to locate missing royal mummies. Hatshepsut was high on the list of priorities. The team focused on 2 female mummies in KV-60. One was in the Cairo Museum, the other still in KV-60. Could one of these anonymous women be the lost queen? The investigation began with modern technology. The mummy in KV-60 was brought to the Cairo Museum. Both mummies underwent CT scans. The scans revealed crucial details. One mummy, KV-60A, was elderly and missing a molar. The other, KV-60B, was Hatshepsut's royal wet nurse. A wooden box inscribed with Hatshepsut's cartouche was found. Inside was a single mummified molar tooth. The CT scan of KV-60A revealed an empty tooth socket. The tooth from the box was a perfect fit. In June 2007, it was announced that KV-60A was Hatshepsut. The discovery was a major archaeological triumph. Hatshepsut's remains were finally given their royal due. Hatshepsut's temple played a crucial part in Thebes' beautiful festival of the valley, celebrating rebirth and renewal. The festival reaffirmed the divine order and the power of Amun-Ra. The bark of Amun-Ra crossed the Nile to Hatshepsut's temple. Special rituals honoured Amun-Ra and Hatshepsut. The festival transformed the West Bank into a vibrant landscape of divine encounter. The sacred life of Hatshepsut's temple was not confined to grand annual festivals. It pulsated with a continuous rhythm of daily devotion and ritual activity. A substantial community of priests and temple staff ensured its constant operation. Their unwavering service was essential to maintaining the sanctity of the complex. They also ensured the well-being of the Queen's spirit in the afterlife. These daily duties were performed with meticulous care, following ancient protocols. This ensured that the temple remained a potent conduit between the earthly and divine realms. The air itself would have been thick with incense, murmured prayers, and the quiet efficiency of sacred duty. Each day began with purification rituals for the priests themselves. They would then proceed to awaken the divine presence within the temple's sanctuaries. This involved opening the shrine doors, a symbolic act of bringing the deity forth. Offerings of food, drink, flowers, and fine linens were presented before the statues of Hatshepsut and the other gods worshipped there. Incense was burned to purify the air and please the divine senses. Hymns and sacred texts were recited, praising the deities and invoking their protection and favour. These were not mere symbolic gestures. They were considered vital for sustaining the cosmic order and the pharaoh's eternal life. While dedicated primarily to Hatshepsut's mortuary cult, Djoser also housed important shrines for other significant deities. The magnificent chapel dedicated to Hathor, the goddess of love, beauty, and the West, was a prominent feature. Another shrine honoured Anubis, the jackal-headed god of mummification who guided souls to the underworld. Above all, the uppermost sanctuary was consecrated to Amun-Ra, Hatshepsut's divine father and the king of the gods. The worship of these deities was seamlessly integrated into the temple's daily life. This ensured a harmonious relationship with the entire Egyptian pantheon, further sanctifying Hatshepsut's own divine status and legacy. Therefore, the temple was far more than a static monument to a deceased ruler. It was a vibrant, functioning institution, a hive of religious activity and meticulous care. Its operation required significant resources. Land endowments provided agricultural produce for offerings. Workshops produced sacred oils, incense, and linens. Scribes maintained detailed inventories and records of temple activities. The sheer scale of this daily enterprise underscores the immense importance placed on the afterlife. It highlights the pharaoh's role in maintaining Ma'at, the divine order. Hatshepsut, sublime of the sublimes, was truly a living house of eternity, sustained by ceaseless devotion. After Hatshepsut's reign, Thutmose III took power. He began erasing her memory from records. Statues were defaced, names removed. Her temple bore the brunt of this campaign. The reasons remain debated by historians, but the impact on her legacy is clear. Centuries after Hatshepsut, Egypt faced the Amarna period under Akhenaten. He promoted the Aten, suppressing traditional gods. Temples of Amun-Ra were defaced. Hatshepsut's temple suffered greatly. Akhenaten's death saw restoration efforts. Temples were repaired, but scars remained. Later periods brought new challenges. Hatshepsut's temple faced neglect and quarrying. It faded into the sands of time. Under Greek rulers, Egypt saw a renewed interest in ancient traditions. The Ptolemies presented themselves as successors to the pharaohs. They restored many older temples. Deir el-Bahari saw minor cultic activity and adaptive reuse. Its grand pharaonic religious life was long past. The site remained a powerful reminder of a bygone golden age. Over time, the temple complex was gradually abandoned. The desert winds began to reclaim the structure. Sand accumulated in its courts and against its colonnades. The vibrant paint on its reliefs faded under the relentless sun. The precise details of its decline into ruin are scarce. Its original function as a mortuary temple ceased. The ancient gods fell silent within its once hallowed halls. With the spread of Christianity, many ancient temples were repurposed. Deir el-Bahari attracted a new faith. A Coptic Christian monastery was established within the ruins. This monastery became known as the Monastery of St. Foibamon. The area gets its Arabic name, Deir el-Bahari. This name translates to Monastery of the North. The ancient stones were given a new sanctity. The monks occupied parts of Hatshepsut's temple for centuries. They adapted the ancient structures to suit their needs. Walls were built, and some reliefs were covered with Christian paintings. Shrines once dedicated to Egyptian gods became chapels for Christian worship. This period of Coptic occupation further altered the temple's appearance. Eventually, this monastery too was abandoned, likely by the 11th century. The temple then lay largely forgotten by the outside world, waiting for its rediscovery and meticulous excavation in the modern era. For centuries, Hatshepsut's temple lay hidden, obscured by desert sands and later structures. Its vibrant life had faded and its true identity was forgotten. Local inhabitants knew of the ruins, but their splendor remained concealed. Early explorers like Richard Pocock documented their observations in the 18th century. Napoleon's expedition and later scholars like Champollion and Lepsius recognized its significance. Their work laid the foundation for future research, bringing ancient Egypt to a global audience. The stage was set for systematic efforts to unveil its buried secrets. The mid-19th century marked a shift towards systematic archaeological work in Egypt. Auguste Mariette founded the Egyptian Antiquities Service in 1858. His efforts curbed uncontrolled digging and protected sites. Mariette began revealing Hatshepsut's temple at Deir el-Bahari. Later, Edouard Neville led extensive campaigns from 1893 to 1906. His team exposed the temple's terraces and colonnades. Neville's work revealed stunning reliefs and the temple's ground plan. Since 1961, a Polish-Egyptian team has undertaken vital restoration work. Their efforts have preserved the monument and uncovered new information. Hatshepsut's temple continues to inspire awe and provide knowledge. The mortuary temple of Hatshepsut, Djoser, stands as a singular achievement, a radiant beacon of ancient architectural ingenuity. Carved into the dramatic Deir el-Bahari cliffs, its beauty remains undiminished. The dream of a remarkable female pharaoh brought to life in stone. Her ambition and connection to the divine resonate from every colonnade, a monument without precise parallel in Egyptian heritage. The harmonious design attributed to Senenmut speaks of a deep understanding of landscape, a testament to an era of peace, prosperity and artistic expression. Its ascending terraces continue to draw the eye and spirit upwards. The journey of this magnificent temple through time is a compelling narrative. It tells a story of grandeur, faith, turmoil and rebirth. From its sacred foundation, it served its queen and the gods of Egypt. Its courts once echoed with the beautiful festival of the valley. Its sanctuaries witnessed the quiet reverence of daily rituals. Then Thutmose III's proscription fell upon its walls, attempting to erase a queen. Later, Akhenaten's reign left its own distinct marks. Centuries of fading light and encroaching desert sands followed, yet the spirit of Djoser endured through all these trials. The rediscovery and excavation unveiled its long-hidden splendor. Early explorers and archaeologists brushed away the debris of centuries. Their efforts revealed the full majesty of its design and reliefs. The soul of Djoser was brought back into the light. Today, international collaborations continue the crucial work. Teams conserve its fragile narratives and reconstruct sections. They piece together the story of Hatshepsut and her era. The temple remains a living archive of ancient Egyptian culture. The mortuary temple of Hatshepsut transcends its identity as an archaeological site. It is a place of profound cultural and historical significance. Visitors from around the world walk its courts with awe. They hear echoes of a sophisticated ancient civilization. The temple stands as an enduring monument to human ambition. It speaks of deep spiritual aspiration and artistic achievement. It is the lasting legacy of the formidable female pharaoh who dared to rule. Her Djoser, the Holy of Holies, stands majestically, a timeless beacon against the Egyptian sands. Imagine standing in the vast sun-scorched desert of Egypt. The wind whispers secrets of millennia past, carrying grains of sand. Before you stands a structure unlike any other, a colossal staircase reaching towards the heavens. This is not one of the smooth-sided pyramids of Giza. This is older, the Pyramid of Djoser, a revolutionary leap in human history and architecture. In the Saqqara necropolis, it is a silent storyteller. Weathered stones tell a tale of ambition and innovation. For nearly 4,700 years it has stood, a reminder of the Third Dynasty. It marks the moment when massive stone building became possible. Before this, royal tombs were simple mastabas of mud brick. Djoser shattered that tradition and created the blueprint for future pyramids. It wasn't just a tomb, it was a resurrection machine. 6 stepped layers rise over 60 meters, a ladder to the celestial realm. The structure was the heart of a vast complex dedicated to the king's eternal life. Temples, courtyards, dummy buildings, and for the first time, an entire complex built entirely of stone. Now we begin our journey back in time. We'll uncover the story of this monument. We'll explore the pharaoh with a grand vision. We'll explore the genius architect who brought it to life. We'll delve into the secrets of construction. We'll examine the challenges faced by its builders. We'll trace the legacy it left behind. The Pyramid of Djoser is the starting point of the Pyramid Age, the grandparent of all pyramids. Its story, audacious dreams realized in stone, still captivating us today. Before the Pyramid of Djoser pierced the Egyptian sky, the final resting places of pharaohs were markedly different. For centuries, kings were buried in mastabas, rectangular, flat-roof structures made primarily of sun-dried mud bricks. The word mastaba is Arabic for stone bench, and these tombs resembled just that, large, simple benches sitting upon the desert sand. They were functional, protecting the deceased and their worldly possessions for the afterlife. However, they lacked the monumental scale and divine symbolism that would come to define the pyramids. Below the mastaba's superstructure, a deep shaft led to a subterranean burial chamber where the pharaoh was laid to rest. The structure above ground contained chapels and rooms for offerings, allowing the living to honor the king's spirit. While some mastabas were impressive, they were bound by the limitations of their materials. Mud brick was perishable, susceptible to erosion and decay over time. The dream of a truly eternal home had not yet been fully realized in stone. The transition to a towering stone pyramid was not just architectural evolution, it was a profound ideological shift. It changed how Egyptians viewed the king's connection to the gods. The pharaoh was seen as a divine intermediary, a link between the earthly and the celestial. A grander, more permanent tomb was needed to reflect this elevated status and aid the king's ascent to the stars. The idea of stacking mastabas to create a stairway was both literal and symbolic. This required a bold vision and mastery of new technologies and organization. Building with massive stone blocks was a different challenge than mud bricks. It demanded a large, skilled workforce, sophisticated quarrying techniques, and an unprecedented level of planning and engineering. The construction of Djoser's pyramid was a national project, mobilizing resources across the kingdom. It forever altered Egyptian architecture and set a new standard for royal monuments. The story of the first pyramid begins with two remarkable individuals, a visionary pharaoh and his brilliant architect. The pharaoh was Netjerikhet, more famously known as Djoser. He ruled around 2670 BCE as the first king of the Third Dynasty. Djoser's reign brought stability and prosperity. It marked the start of the Old Kingdom, a golden age of achievement. Djoser wanted a tomb to secure his afterlife and to proclaim his divine authority on earth. To build it, he turned to his trusted official, Imhotep. Imhotep was no ordinary courtier, a true polymath serving as Djoser's vizier, chief minister, and as high priest of Ra at Heliopolis. He was skilled in medicine, writing, and administration. But his architectural talent is what made him immortal. Imhotep is considered the first named architect in history. He conceived and executed the plan for the world's first large-scale stone building. The original idea was conventional, a large, square mastaba built of stone instead of mud brick. That was already innovative, far more durable and impressive. But Imhotep didn't stop there. The project evolved through stages. He enlarged the mastaba, then began stacking smaller mastabas on top. Layer after layer, each smaller than the one below, until a six-stepped pyramid emerged. Archaeologists can still trace that evolution today. It shows experimentation and daring innovation. Imhotep was inventing monumental stone architecture as he worked, solving engineering problems with no precedent. The result was more than a tomb, a landmark of human ingenuity. A structure that seemed to reach for the divine, cementing the legacies of Djoser, the king, and Imhotep, the genius who made it real. The construction of the step pyramid began with a monumental task, sourcing and moving an immense quantity of stone. The primary material for the core was locally quarried limestone, but a much finer, higher quality white limestone was chosen for the outer casing. This brilliant white stone came from Tura, on the opposite bank of the Nile. Tura limestone was prized for purity and brightness. It would make the pyramid gleam. Transporting these massive blocks, some weighing several tons, was a formidable challenge. Egyptians used wooden sledges dragged by teams of men. To reduce friction, workers likely wetted the sand in front of the sledge. The scale is difficult to comprehend. It's estimated about 850,000 tons of stone were moved. It was an unprecedented logistical feat overseen by Imhotep. He coordinated the quarrying teams, the boat crews on the Nile, and the hundreds of labourers dragging the sledges across the sand. Once the stone arrived at Saqqara, the next great challenge was to lift it into place. For the lower levels, Workers likely used earthen ramps or rubble ramps, which they built up against the side of the structure. A key innovation was the method of laying the stones. Instead of horizontal courses, the builders laid them in courses that were angled inwards, leaning against a central core. This technique, known as accretion, added stability. While direct evidence is scarce, it is theorized that the builders may have used short, straight ramps for the lower levels and perhaps a more sophisticated system of spiraling ramps for the upper tiers. Beneath the pyramid, a labyrinth of tunnels and chambers was excavated from the living rock, creating a complex subterranean world for the king. This network included the central burial chamber located at the bottom of a 28-metre-deep shaft, as well as galleries for storing funerary goods and a series of rooms decorated with beautiful blue faience tiles meant to represent the king's palace in the afterlife. The builders of the step pyramid were not slaves, but skilled Egyptian labourers and craftsmen. Many were likely farmers who worked on the construction project during the annual Nile flood. The construction of the step pyramid required a wide range of skills. Quarrymen, boatmen, teams of haulers, stonemasons, toolmakers, engineers, artists and craftsmen, potters and scribes. It was a mobilization of the entire nation's talent. The successful completion of the step pyramid was not just an architectural triumph, but also a triumph of human organization. The pyramid was a symbol of national pride, a project built by a nation for its king and its gods. The step pyramid was the magnificent centerpiece of a much larger vision, a sprawling 15-hectare complex that served as an eternal city for the spirit of King Djoser. This vast enclosure was surrounded by a massive niched limestone wall that stretched for more than 1.6 kilometers and stood over 10 meters high. It was punctuated by 14 imposing gateways, yet only one of these was a true entrance. The other 13 were false doors, intended for the king's spirit, or Ka. This single, functional entrance led visitors through a narrow, colonnaded passageway, creating a dramatic, controlled approach, heightening the sense of mystery and reverence. Imhotep designed this space as a stage for eternal royal ceremonies. He created a stone microcosm of Egypt, with buildings representing the administrative centers of Upper and Lower Egypt. This was a powerful political and religious statement. These buildings are remarkable for Imhotep's innovative use of stone to mimic more fragile materials. The columns of the House of the North are carved to resemble papyrus stalks, a symbol of Lower Egypt. The columns of the House of the South are shaped like the single white lily, a symbol of Upper Egypt. Beneath the entire complex, an astonishing network of tunnels, shafts and chambers was carved out of the bedrock. Archaeologists have discovered over 40,000 stone vessels in these tunnels, many inherited from Djoser's ancestors. The most stunning discovery is the blue chambers. The walls are lined with thousands of beautiful blue faience tiles, arranged to imitate reed mat hangings. These chambers were meant to be the pharaoh's eternal palace, a secret, hidden paradise designed to last for all time. The Pyramid of Djoser was more than just a single spectacular achievement. It was a revolutionary prototype that created the blueprint for all pyramids to come. The most significant evolutionary step came with Pharaoh Sneferu. His bent pyramid is a perfect example. The builders started at a steep angle but were forced to change it, likely due to signs of structural instability. Undeterred, Sneferu commissioned a second pyramid nearby, the Red Pyramid. This time they got it right. the world's first successful, true, smooth-sided pyramid. The culmination of this architectural evolution is the Great Pyramid of Giza, built by Khufu. This colossal monument would not have been possible without the lessons learned from Djoser's pyramid. For centuries, its secrets were buried. But one man would redefine our view. French architect and Egyptologist Jean-Philippe Loewe. Beginning in 1926, he painstakingly excavated, studied and reconstructed the complex. More recent discoveries added new chapters. In 2020, after a lengthy restoration, the southern tomb opened to the public for the first time. One remarkable discovery was not a structure but a person. In the subterranean galleries, Loewe found seal impressions of Djoser's name and seal impressions of his vizier, Imhotep. Finding the architect's name alongside the king's confirmed Imhotep's central role. Imhotep's idea of translating organic forms into stone became a standard feature of Egyptian temple architecture. The reverence for Djoser and Imhotep themselves became a significant part of Egypt's cultural legacy. Today, nearly 4,700 years after its construction, the Pyramid of Djoser continues to captivate and inspire. It is the starting point, the origin story of Egypt's most iconic monuments, and a timeless icon of human creativity. It is a monument that tells a story of faith, power, and the extraordinary potential of human ingenuity. A story that continues to resonate with us across nearly 5 millennia, reminding us of the enduring power of a bold dream. Who was the man whose ambitions shaped the dawn of Egypt's Pyramid Age? Djoser, enigmatic king of the Third Dynasty. At the threshold of recorded history, his legacy towers above the sands, yet his life remains shrouded in mystery. Born Neteriket, meaning divine of body, he inherited a kingdom poised for transformation. Likely son of Pharaoh Khafre and Queen Nimathap, ascending around 2670 BCE. His reign broke with the past, launching the Old Kingdom, Egypt's first golden age. Djoser's rule was innovation. He moved the royal necropolis to Saqqara, leaving the old burial ground at Abydos. There he commissioned the Step Pyramid, a monument unlike anything before. Beyond stone, inscriptions show him as a builder, a lawgiver, a living god, protector of the people and holder of divine favour. He led campaigns into Sinai, securing resources and widening Egypt's influence. Central is his partnership with Imhotep, vizier, architect, high priest. Their names appear side by side in inscriptions, a rare sign of trust. Art and inscription show a commanding, pious ruler. Statues from his mortuary complex show serenity and resolve, draped in the seed festival cloak. Subterranean reliefs show him performing rituals for the gods. Legends credit him with averting famine and restoring temples. The famine stela later cements his image as a bringer of abundance. Material evidence, statues, seal impressions, foundation tablets, tangible anchors to his story. Questions remain. How long did he reign? Nearly 30 years, or much less. Founder of the Third Dynasty, or a powerful successor? Father of Sekhemkhet, or predecessor? Still, his impact is clear. He set the pharaonic template, religious authority, military might, the Step Pyramid, tomb, and a statement of divine kingship, prototype for all pyramids to come. Today, Djoser is man and myth, a visionary whose dreams reshaped a civilization, his legacy in stone, sand, and story. The Old Kingdom, often called the Age of the Pyramids, stands as a beacon in the story of civilization. For nearly 5 centuries, from 2686 to 2181 BCE, Egypt flourished under a single, powerful government. This era was marked by extraordinary political stability, as pharaohs ruled as living gods, and the Nile's rhythm brought order to life and death. Monumental pyramids and temples rose from the desert, their white limestone gleaming in the sun, symbols of ambition and divine authority. The heart of the Old Kingdom beat in Memphis, the capital, where a centralized bureaucracy managed resources with precision, grain, gold and labor, enabling feats of construction that still defy belief. It was an age of monumental ambition, and the step pyramid at Saqqara was only the beginning. Soon, the great pyramids of Giza would pierce the sky, built by tens of thousands of skilled workers, engineers, masons and artists, each contributing to the pharaoh's immortal legacy. But the Old Kingdom was more than stone and spectacle. It was a vibrant society, alive with artisans carving serene statues, scribes at their scrolls, fishermen casting nets along the Nile, and families feasting by the riverbanks. Faith and artistry flourished. Columns soared like papyrus stalks, tombs shimmered with painted reliefs, and the earliest hieroglyphic texts adorned sacred walls. Advances in mathematics, medicine, and administration set foundations for centuries to come. Here, social order and artistic harmony shaped Egypt and the imagination of the world. The ideals of unity, vision, and innovation were woven into daily life, creating a civilization whose influence would echo through time. Even as the dynasty waned and new powers rose, the ideals forged in this golden age would inspire generations, an enduring legacy carved in stone and memory. The Old Kingdom's influence is seen in divine kingship, social order and artistic harmony, shaping Egypt and the imagination of the world. Its monuments, inscriptions and innovations remind us that from unity and vision, civilizations rise and endure. The story of the Old Kingdom is a testament to the enduring power of human creativity and the timeless quest for greatness. Beneath the endless Egyptian sky, the step pyramid of Djoser rises from the sands, its ancient tiers watching over the necropolis of Saqqara. Here, in this sacred ground, pharaohs, priests and visionaries found their eternal rest, surrounded by tombs, temples, and the silent echoes of a civilization's dreams. Saqqara is more than a resting place. It is a living testament to humanity's quest for meaning and immortality. Today, it forms a vital part of the UNESCO World Heritage Site known as Memphis and its necropolis. This designation marks Saqqara and the Step Pyramid as treasures not only of Egypt, but of the entire world. UNESCO's emblem stands as a promise that the wonders of Saqqara will be protected, studied and cherished for generations yet to come. As visitors walk among these stones, they join a story that spans millennia, a story of innovation, a story of faith, and a story of enduring hope. The Step Pyramid, once the heart of a pharaoh's vision, now stands as a beacon for all humanity. Its preservation is a shared responsibility, a reminder that our past is the foundation for our future. Let us celebrate Saqqara, honor its legacy, and ensure that the wisdom and wonder of ancient Egypt continue to inspire the world, today and forever. Abydos. The very name evokes a sense of mystery and ancient power, a place where history and myth intertwine. Located on the west bank of the Nile in Upper Egypt, Abydos is one of the oldest and most important archaeological sites in all of Egypt, a cradle of civilization. For millennia, Abydos has been a place of pilgrimage, a sacred ground where ancient Egyptians came to honor their gods and seek a connection to the afterlife. Abydos was more than just a city. It was a symbol of the eternal cycle of life, death and resurrection, a testament to the beliefs of an ancient people. Even today, standing among the ruins of its temples and tombs, one can feel the weight of history and the echoes of a civilization long gone, yet still present in spirit. For it was here, in the sands of Abydos, that the story of ancient Egypt began to unfold, a story that continues to captivate the world. Here, pharaohs were laid to rest, their tombs filled with treasures and offerings for the afterlife, ensuring their journey to eternity. And it was here that the cult of Osiris, god of the underworld and rebirth, took root and flourished, shaping the spiritual landscape of ancient Egypt. Abydos was never truly abandoned, its spiritual significance enduring through the ages. Even after its political and economic power waned, it remained a sacred site, a place where pilgrims continued to come to pay homage to Osiris and pray for his blessings, a tradition that persists to this day. Over the centuries, the sands of the desert slowly encroached upon the city, burying its temples and tombs beneath their protective embrace, preserving them for future generations. But the legacy of Abydos lived on, preserved in the myths and legends passed down through generations of Egyptians, a testament to its enduring influence. It was not until the 19th century that archaeologists began to excavate the ruins of Abydos, uncovering its secrets and revealing the splendor of this once great city, a city that had been lost to time. Today, Abydos is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, its temples and tombs a testament to the ingenuity, artistry and enduring beliefs of the ancient Egyptians, a legacy that continues to inspire awe and wonder. Abydos first rose to prominence in the pre-dynastic period around 3100 BC, when Egypt was in its infancy, a time when the foundations of one of the world's greatest civilizations were being laid. It was during this time that the first pharaohs, rulers who united Upper and Lower Egypt under their rule, chose Abydos as their final resting place, marking it as a site of immense importance. They constructed elaborate tombs known as mastabas, which were rectangular structures with flat roofs and sloping sides, built of mud brick and often decorated with colorful paintings and intricate reliefs. These early tombs were not just places of burial, but also symbols of power and authority, reflecting the pharaoh's divine status. They were filled with grave goods, including pottery, jewelry, weapons and even boats, intended to accompany the deceased into the afterlife, ensuring they had everything they needed for their journey. The tombs at Abydos provide us with invaluable insights into the beliefs, rituals and social structures of these early Egyptians, offering a window into their world. One of the most significant discoveries at Abydos was the tomb of King Djoser, one of the earliest pharaohs of the First Dynasty, whose reign marked a pivotal moment in Egyptian history. Djoser's tomb was a large and impressive structure surrounded by subsidiary graves for his family and retainers, indicating his high status and the reverence in which he was held. Inside the tomb, archaeologists discovered fragments of Djoser's funerary equipment, including a fragment of his arm, which had been ripped off and placed in a separate box, a practice that remains a mystery. The presence of such elaborate tombs at Abydos suggests that the city was already a place of great religious significance in the pre-dynastic period, long before the rise of the pharaohs. It was believed to be the burial place of Webwawet, the jackal god of the dead, who was closely associated with the king and the afterlife, guiding the souls of the deceased. The association with Repwawet, combined with the presence of royal tombs, made Abydos a powerful symbol of death and resurrection, a place where the pharaohs could transition to the afterlife and join the company of the gods, ensuring their eternal life and divine status. As Egypt entered the early dynastic period, around 3000 to 2686 BC, Abydos continued to flourish as a necropolis and a centre of religious activity. However, it was during this time that a new cult began to emerge in Abydos, one that would eventually overshadow all others, the cult of Osiris. The origins of Osiris are shrouded in mystery, but he is typically depicted as a mummified king, often with green skin symbolizing rebirth, wearing the Atef crown and holding the crook and flail, symbols of kingship and fertility. According to Egyptian mythology, Osiris was a benevolent king who ruled Egypt with his wife Isis. He taught the Egyptians agriculture, law and civilization, but was murdered by his jealous brother, Set. Osiris's death and resurrection became a central myth in Egyptian religion, symbolizing the cycle of life, death and rebirth. His story resonated deeply with the Egyptians, who saw in Osiris a promise of eternal life after death. As the cult of Osiris spread throughout Egypt, Abydos became one of the most important pilgrimage sites in the country, attracting countless devotees. Egyptians from all walks of life flocked to Abydos, hoping to be buried near the god Osiris, or at least to have their names inscribed on stelae or other monuments erected in the sacred precinct. They believed that proximity to Osiris would increase their chances of a favorable judgment in the afterlife. Pilgrims would offer prayers, sacrifices, and votive offerings to Osiris, hoping to gain his favor and ensure their resurrection. The pilgrimage to Abydos was a journey of faith, a chance to connect with the divine and seek solace in the face of death. The spiritual atmosphere of Abydos provided comfort to many. The influx of pilgrims to Abydos had a profound impact on the city. Temples and shrines were built to accommodate the growing number of worshippers. Cenotaphs, symbolic tombs that did not contain the body of the deceased, were constructed by wealthy Egyptians who could not afford to be buried at Abydos but wanted to be symbolically linked to the god. Abydos became a bustling centre of religious activity, its streets thronged with priests, pilgrims and merchants. The pilgrimage to Abydos was more than just a religious duty. It was also an opportunity for social and economic exchange. People from different parts of Egypt would converge on Abydos, bringing with them their customs, beliefs and goods. The city became a melting pot of Egyptian culture, a place where ideas were shared and traditions were transmitted, enriching the cultural tapestry of Egypt. In ancient Egypt, the concept of eternity was not just a distant dream, but a tangible reality. The Egyptians built their homes, not just for the living, but also for the afterlife. They believed that the soul would continue to live on, needing a place to reside. Tombs were constructed with meticulous care, designed to last forever. These structures were more than just resting places. They were eternal homes for the departed. The walls were adorned with scenes of daily life, ensuring that the deceased could continue their existence in the afterlife. The belief in an eternal house was deeply rooted in their culture. Every detail, from the architecture to the inscriptions, was meant to provide comfort and security for the soul's journey beyond death. This profound connection between life and death, between the temporal and the eternal, is what made ancient Egyptian civilization so unique and enduring. Their houses for eternity stand as a testament to their unwavering faith in the afterlife. The stones of Abydos tell a story that spans millennia. Each carving, each inscription is a testament to the lives and beliefs of the ancient Egyptians. It's fascinating to think about how these stones have witnessed the ebb and flow of history, standing silent yet eloquent in their endurance. At Abydos, the gods were honored with grand temples and intricate rituals. The ancient Egyptians believed that Abydos was the gateway to the afterlife. a sacred place where they could connect with the divine. The devotion and reverence shown here reflect a deep spiritual connection that transcended daily life. Beyond the famous temples, Abydos is home to numerous other monuments that add to its rich tapestry. From lesser-known chapels to ancient tombs, each structure contributes to the overall significance of this sacred city. These monuments, though perhaps not as renowned, are equally important in understanding the full scope of Abydos's historical and cultural landscape. The legacy of Abydos is not just in its ancient stones, but in the wealth of knowledge it has provided to modern archaeology. Each discovery here has helped piece together the complex puzzle of Egypt's past. The significance of Abydos continues to grow as new findings shed light on the lives and beliefs of those who once walked these grounds. In many ways, the story of Abydos is still being written, one artifact at a time. Deep within the heart of Egypt, the Nile River flows. It courses through a land of ancient wonders. On an island, amidst the flowing waters, stands a testament to a bygone era, the Philae temple. This architectural marvel, with its towering pylons and intricate carvings, has captivated travellers for centuries. The echoes of pharaohs whisper through its corridors. The grandeur of the Roman Empire left its mark. Today, the Philae temple stands as a beacon from the past. Its beauty and history continue to inspire awe. Join us now as we embark on a journey to uncover the secrets of the Philae temple. Philae, an island once believed to be the last place on earth to be touched by the rays of the setting sun. It was here, in this sacred space, that the ancient Egyptians built a temple. It was dedicated to Isis, the goddess of magic, motherhood and healing. The temple complex, a dazzling display of artistry and engineering, was a place of pilgrimage. People came from far and wide to seek the goddess's favour. They offered prayers and gifts. The air was thick with incense. The sound of chanting priests echoed through the halls. Philae was a sanctuary where the divine and mortal realms intertwined. The temple itself reflected the Egyptians' understanding of the cosmos. The story of Philae temple begins not with a single pharaoh, but with many. Over centuries, from the late period to the Ptolemaic kingdom, they added their own mark to the island. Each addition was a testament to their devotion to Isis, a goddess deeply intertwined with the Egyptian belief in life, death and rebirth. The earlier structures were humble compared to the grand edifices of later years, yet they held a powerful significance. These were not merely buildings of stone, they were seen as the dwelling place of the divine. As each pharaoh ascended to power, they sought to honour Isis in grander and more elaborate ways. Massive pylons adorned with carvings depicting the pharaoh's victories and piety rose towards the heavens. At the heart of the Philae temple complex lay the sanctuary of Isis. This was the most sacred space within the temple. It was here that the cult statue of the goddess was kept. The sanctuary was a place of profound mystery. Only the pharaoh and a select few priests were allowed to enter its hallowed halls. Here, amidst flickering oil lamps and the scent of incense, they performed daily rituals to honour Isis. The walls of the sanctuary were adorned with intricate reliefs. These images told the story of Isis and Osiris, her husband, who had been murdered by their brother Set. Every inch of the Philae temple was a testament to the skill and artistry of the ancient Egyptian builders. They used simple tools, yet they created structures of astonishing size and complexity. The walls of the temple were adorned with thousands of hieroglyphs. These intricate symbols, carved into the stone with astonishing detail, told the stories of the gods, the pharaohs, and the Egyptian people. They served as a reminder of the temple's sacred purpose and provided a glimpse into the beliefs and values of a civilization long gone. Scholars painstakingly decipher the hieroglyphs, piecing together the story of the Philae temple. Each inscription is a window into the past, offering a glimpse into the hearts and minds of the ancient Egyptians. The Ptolemaic dynasty, descended from one of Alexander the Great's generals, embraced Egypt as their own. They recognized the power of tradition, the importance of maintaining the old ways to secure their rule. The Philae temple, already a place of significant religious and cultural importance, became a focal point for their patronage. Under the Ptolemies, the temple complex underwent a period of expansion and embellishment. New structures were added, each grander than the last. The Ptolemies sought to outdo their predecessors, to leave their own indelible mark on this sacred site. The temple became a symbol not just of religious devotion, but of royal power and prestige. The graceful columns and intricate floral motifs hinted at the influence of the Hellenic world, blending seamlessly with the existing Egyptian architecture. With the arrival of the Romans, Egypt entered a new chapter in its long history. Yet the reverence for Philae temple continued. The Romans, ever pragmatic, recognized the importance of respecting local customs and beliefs. The Roman emperors, keen to legitimize their rule in Egypt, continued the tradition of honoring Isis. They funded the construction of new buildings within the temple complex. The temple, already a testament to centuries of Egyptian faith, now bore witness to the might of Rome. The Roman presence at Philae is most evident in the kiosk of Trajan. This grand structure, with its massive columns and open design, served as a ceremonial gateway to the temple. The Philae temple was more than just a place of worship for Isis. It was a microcosm of the religious syncretism that characterized Egypt during the Roman period. Here, Egyptian and Roman gods were worshipped side by side. Beliefs and practices intertwined, creating a rich and complex religious tapestry. One of the most striking examples of this religious fusion is the worship of Imhotep. Originally a mortal architect and physician during the Old Kingdom, Imhotep had been elevated to the status of a god of healing. At Philae, his cult thrived alongside that of Isis. The Philae temple, throughout its long history, served as a testament to the enduring power of faith. It was a place where cultures and beliefs intertwined, creating a unique and vibrant religious landscape. Philae temple. More than just a collection of stones, it was and remains deeply intertwined with its environment. The ancient Egyptians saw the temple, situated on its island, as a microcosm of the cosmos. The Nile, the lifeblood of Egypt, played a crucial role in the temple's symbolism and function. The annual floods, though destructive, were also seen as a time of renewal. They deposited fertile silt on the surrounding land, ensuring bountiful harvests. The temple, rising above the floodwaters, symbolized the triumph of order over chaos. The island itself, known as Philae in ancient times, was considered sacred. It was believed to be the burial place of Osiris, the god of the underworld and rebirth. For centuries, the Nile River nourished Philae temple, Its waters carried stories of countless generations. Pilgrims came, drawn to the temple's beauty and power. The Nile was integral to the temple's rituals. Priests used its water for purification. They navigated its currents in small boats. The Nile's ebb and flow mirrored life cycles. Philae Temple offered hope and solace. Time, as it often does, brought change to the Nile River and the Philae Temple. The construction of the Aswan Low Dam in the early 20th century altered the river's natural flow. The temple, once accustomed to the annual floods, now found itself partially submerged for much of the year. Recognizing the threat posed by the rising waters, UNESCO stepped in. They recognized the Philae Temple as a World Heritage Site. It was a place of outstanding universal value, a testament to human creativity and ingenuity. A daring and unprecedented rescue plan was devised. The temple would be dismantled block by numbered block and moved to higher ground. The first phase of the rescue project involved constructing a cofferdam around the island of Philae. This massive barrier, built to hold back the waters of the Nile, was a feat of engineering in itself. It had to be strong enough to withstand the pressure of millions of gallons of water, yet delicate enough to avoid damaging the very monument it was meant to protect. With the cofferdam in place, the painstaking work of dismantling the temple began. Each stone, some weighing as much as 20 tons, had to be carefully documented, numbered and removed. The stones, once separated, were transported by barge to their new home, a nearby island named Agilkia. This island, carefully chosen for its resemblance to Philae's original shape, would become the temple's new sanctuary. Agilkia, once a barren rock, was transformed into a mirror image of Philae. The temple, meticulously reassembled using the original stones, rose again in its full glory. The carvings, the columns, the sanctuaries, all were painstakingly restored, ensuring that the spirit of Philae lived on. The relocation of the Philae Temple was not merely a triumph of engineering, it was a testament to the power of international collaboration. Today, the Philae Temple stands on Agilkia Island as a beacon of resilience. The waters of the Nile, once threatening to consume it, now lap gently at its base, a constant reminder of the enduring power of human ingenuity. The ancient Egyptians were masters of symbolism, and the Philae Temple is replete with hidden meanings. One fascinating aspect is the temple's alignment with the rising sun. During the winter solstice, the shortest day of the year, the sun's rays would penetrate deep into the temple's inner sanctuaries, symbolically illuminating the statue of Isis. The acoustics of the Philae Temple are another intriguing feature. The ancient architects designed the temple's halls and chambers to enhance sound. The chanting of priests, the music of sistrums and drums would have reverberated within these spaces, creating an immersive and ethereal soundscape. Even today, visitors to the Philae Temple can experience echoes of this sonic past. The Philae Temple, despite its grandeur, was never truly finished. The last pylon, intended to be the temple's crowning glory, was left incomplete. Legend has it that the workers, sensing the imminent arrival of the Romans, downed their tools and fled, leaving the pylon unfinished. Another tale speaks of a wise old stonemason who, entrusted with carving the final inscription on the pylon, had a vision. Knowing that his work would one day be submerged beneath the Nile, he chose to leave the pylon unfinished, a symbolic act of acceptance of the cyclical nature of time and fate. The unfinished pylon stands as a poignant reminder that even the grandest of human endeavours are subject to the whims of fate and the passage of time. The Philae temple, standing on its new island home, is a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit. It symbolizes resilience, a monument to our need to create, believe and connect with something greater. For centuries, this sacred site witnessed the ebb and flow of civilizations. Pharaohs, Ptolemies, Romans each left their mark, adding to its storied history. Once threatened by the Nile, it now stands as a beacon of hope, preserving our cultural heritage. Philae's stories about the people who built, worshipped and found meaning within its walls. It's a tale of belief, time's cycle and the human spirit overcoming adversity. The Nile River, a lifeline for ancient Egypt, flows past countless monuments to a glorious past. This river, stretching over 4,000 miles, has been the cradle of one of the most fascinating civilizations in human history. Its waters have nurtured the land, enabling the growth of crops and the rise of cities. Along its banks, stories of gods and pharaohs, of life and death, have been etched into the sands of time. The Nile is not just a river. It is a symbol of life, continuity, and the enduring spirit of Egypt. Among these, the Temple of Ombo stands unique. It is a testament to the ingenuity and spiritual depth of the ancient Egyptians. Built during the Ptolemaic dynasty, this temple is a marvel of architecture and religious symbolism. It is not just a place of worship, but a reflection of the duality that permeates Egyptian mythology and culture. The temple's unique structure and purpose set it apart from the myriad other temples that dot the Egyptian landscape. Located on a bend in the river, it is not dedicated to one god, but two. This dual dedication is rare and speaks volumes about the beliefs and practices of the time. The temple honours both Sobek, the crocodile god associated with fertility and military prowess, and Horus the Elder, the falcon-headed god of the sky and kingship. This duality is not just a quirk of design, but a profound statement about the balance of power and harmony in the universe. This duality is evident in its very design. The temple is perfectly symmetrical, with two identical entrances, two parallel hypostyle halls and two sanctuaries. Each side is a mirror image of the other, reflecting the dual nature of the gods it honours. This architectural choice is not merely aesthetic, but deeply symbolic, representing the balance and harmony that was central to ancient Egyptian cosmology. The dual corridors and sanctuaries allow for simultaneous worship, a rare feature that underscores the temple's unique purpose. Two entrances, two hypostyle halls, two sanctuaries, all mirrored in perfect symmetry. This meticulous design is a marvel of ancient engineering and artistry. The symmetry extends to the smallest details, from the carvings on the walls to the layout of the columns. Each element is carefully crafted to maintain the balance and harmony that the temple embodies. This attention to detail is a testament to the skill and dedication of the ancient builders and artists who created this masterpiece. This architectural marvel offers a glimpse into the rich tapestry of ancient Egyptian beliefs. The walls are adorned with intricate carvings and hieroglyphs that tell stories of gods, kings, and everyday life. These inscriptions are not just decorative, but serve as a historical record, providing insights into the religious and social practices of the time. As you walk through the temple, you are transported back in time, experiencing the grandeur and mystery of ancient Egypt. The Temple of Ombo is not just a relic of the past. It is a living testament to the enduring legacy of one of the world's greatest civilizations. Construction of the temple began in the 2nd century BC during the Ptolemaic dynasty. These Greek rulers, descendants of Alexander the Great, embraced Egyptian traditions while leaving their own mark on the land. The Ptolemies were prolific builders, and Ombo stands as a testament to their ambition and their reverence for the ancient Egyptian gods. The temple's dual dedication reflects the importance of location. Sobek, the crocodile god, represented the fertile Nile and its life-giving waters. Horus the Elder, depicted with a falcon's head, symbolized protection and kingship. Together, these two deities embodied the delicate balance between the power of the Nile and the pharaoh's divine right to rule. The walls of Ombo are a treasure trove of hieroglyphs and reliefs, narrating tales of pharaohs, gods, and daily life in ancient Egypt. These intricate carvings provide invaluable insights into religious practices, astronomical observations, and even medical knowledge. One remarkable relief depicts a collection of surgical instruments, showcasing the advanced medical practices of the time. Sobek, the crocodile god, held a special place in the hearts of the people of Ombo. Crocodiles, revered as manifestations of the god, were mummified and interred in a nearby necropolis. Today, the Crocodile Museum at Ombo houses a fascinating collection of these mummified crocodiles, offering a glimpse into the ancient Egyptians' relationship with these powerful creatures. Like many ancient monuments, the Temple of Ombo has not escaped the ravages of time. Centuries of exposure to the elements, coupled with earthquakes and human activity, have taken their toll. The once vibrant colours of the reliefs have faded, and some sections of the temple lie in ruins. Yet even in its weathered state, Ombo retains an undeniable aura of grandeur. Efforts are underway to preserve this architectural masterpiece for future generations. Skilled artisans and archaeologists are painstakingly restoring damaged sections, using traditional techniques and modern technology. Their work ensures that the stories etched into the stones of Ombo will continue to captivate visitors for years to come. The Temple of Ombo stands as a testament to the enduring power of the Nile River. For the ancient Egyptians, the Nile was more than just a source of water. It was the very essence of life. The temple's location, perched on the banks of this sacred river, served as a constant reminder of the delicate balance between humanity and nature. As the sun sets over the Nile, casting long shadows across the temple's sandstone walls, one cannot help but be transported back in time. The golden hues of the setting sun blend seamlessly with the ancient stones, creating a mesmerizing tapestry of light and shadow. This is a moment where history and nature converge, offering a glimpse into the past. The Temple of Ombo stands as a testament to the ingenuity and spirituality of ancient civilizations. As awestruck tourists gaze upon its grandeur, they are often left speechless, overwhelmed by the sheer scale and beauty of this architectural marvel. The panoramic view at sunset is particularly breathtaking as the temple seems to glow with an ethereal light. Ombo is a place where time seems to stand still. In the stillness of the evening, when the crowds have dispersed, the temple reveals its true essence. The wide-angle view showcases its timeless beauty, unmarred by the passage of centuries. It is in these quiet moments that one can truly appreciate the craftsmanship and devotion that went into its creation. The walls of Ombo are adorned with intricate hieroglyphics and carvings, each telling a story of gods, kings, and rituals long forgotten. The ambient lighting within the temple adds a mystical quality, casting shadows that dance upon the ancient stones. It is a place where the echoes of ancient rituals and the whispers of forgotten gods linger in the air, creating an atmosphere that is both haunting and enchanting. As you walk through the temple, you are invited to unravel the mysteries of a bygone era. The close-up of the hieroglyphics reveals the meticulous detail and artistry of the ancient craftsmen. Ombo is not just a historical site, it is a journey through time, inviting us to connect with the past and marvel at the achievements of those who came before us. The Temple of Ombo is more than just a collection of ancient stones. It stands as a testament to the grandeur and complexity of ancient Egyptian civilization. Nestled on the banks of the Nile, this unique temple is dedicated to two gods, Sobek, the crocodile god, and Horus, the falcon-headed god. This dual dedication is rare and adds a layer of intrigue to the site. The hieroglyphics etched into the walls are not merely decorative, they are a window into the soul of ancient Egypt. These intricate carvings tell stories of gods and pharaohs, of battles and rituals, offering us a glimpse into a world long past. As you walk through the temple, history comes alive. The guide's voice echoes through the ancient halls, recounting tales of the temple's construction and its significance. You can almost hear the whispers of the past, inviting you to delve deeper into the mysteries that lie within these ancient walls. The carvings of gods and goddesses are not just artistic expressions, they are invitations to explore the beliefs, values and aspirations of a civilization that flourished thousands of years ago. Each figure, each symbol, holds a story waiting to be uncovered. The panoramic views of the temple complex reveal the grandeur of its architecture. The ancient artifacts within the temple are relics of a bygone era, each one a piece of the puzzle that makes up the rich tapestry of ancient Egyptian history. A visit to Ombo is a journey through time. As the sun rises and sets, casting its golden hues on the temple walls, you are reminded of the passage of time and the enduring legacy of human achievement. The time-lapse of visitors exploring the temple shows the continuous fascination it holds for people from all walks of life. The architectural features of Ombo are a marvel to behold. The duality of the temple's twin deities, Sobek and Horus, is a unique aspect that sets it apart from other temples. This duality symbolizes the balance of power and harmony, a concept that was central to ancient Egyptian belief. As night falls, the temple takes on a different persona. Under a starry sky, illuminated by soft lights, Ombo exudes a mystical aura. It is a reminder of the enduring power of human ingenuity and the timeless allure of ancient mysteries. The temple stands as a beacon of history, inviting us to explore, learn, and be inspired by the wonders of the past. Imagine a place where the golden sands of the desert embrace the life-giving waters of the Nile. A place where the echoes of ancient rituals still resonate within towering stone walls. 60 kilometers north of Luxor, rising majestically from the sands, lies the Dendera temple complex. This sprawling site is not just a collection of stones, it's a portal to a world of gods, pharaohs, and the enduring mysteries of ancient Egypt. This sanctuary, primarily dedicated to the goddess Hathor, the embodiment of love, beauty, music and motherhood, is one of Egypt's best-preserved temple sites, a testament to centuries of unwavering devotion and unparalleled architectural mastery. Its remarkably intact state offers a unique glimpse into the religious practices and artistic achievements of the time. The main temple's colossal facade, adorned with intricate carvings and towering columns, dominates the landscape, a powerful statement of divine presence. Its sheer scale and breathtaking beauty are immediately striking. leaving visitors in awe of the ingenuity and artistry of its builders. Dendera's strategic location on the west bank of the Nile, a region deeply associated with the afterlife and rebirth in ancient Egyptian beliefs, was carefully chosen with profound symbolic intent. Known in antiquity as Unet or Tantere, it served as the capital of Upper Egypt's 6th province, a significant administrative and cultural centre. It was also a vibrant hub of religious activity for millennia, drawing pilgrims and priests alike to participate in elaborate ceremonies and honour the gods. For centuries, the desert sands acted as a protective shroud, preserving Dendera from the ravages of time and the elements. This natural preservation allows us today to step back in time and experience a past that feels remarkably intact, offering an unparalleled connection to ancient Egypt. Unlike the partially ruined complexes of Karnak or Luxor, where much has been lost to the ages, Dendera's exceptional completeness allows us to vividly imagine the world of the pharaohs and their Roman successors, offering a more immersive and comprehensive understanding of their beliefs and practices. Even now, faded colours still cling to the walls and ceilings, whispering stories of vibrant processions and sacred rituals. These remnants of pigment offer a tantalizing hint at the temple's original splendor, a dazzling display of artistic expression. The complex we see today largely dates from the Ptolemaic and Roman periods, reflecting the influence of these later rulers on Egyptian culture and architecture. However, its sacred roots delve much deeper, reaching back to Egypt's earliest dynastic days, suggesting a site of religious significance for millennia. Each ruler who contributed to its construction and embellishment added a chapter to a story thousands of years in the making, leaving their mark on its walls and pillars. Dendera stands as a living chronicle of Egypt's spiritual and political evolution, a testament to the enduring power of its civilization. It is a place where ancient Egyptian traditions met new influences from the Greco-Roman world, creating a unique fusion of artistic and religious expression. It stands as a unique and timeless testament, a beacon of human ingenuity and spiritual aspiration. Dendera is a powerful reminder of the enduring power of faith, the boundless capacity for creativity, and the enduring legacy of ancient Egypt. The construction of Dendera is not just a building project, it's a sprawling saga, a testament to the enduring power of faith and the ambition of rulers across millennia. Its story was written by many hands, a collaborative effort unfolding across generations, each leaving their indelible mark on its stones. The inscriptions themselves offer glimpses into the past, mentioning Old Kingdom rulers like Pepi I, revealing a history that stretches back to the very dawn of Egyptian civilization. These rulers were already restoring a sanctuary that was ancient even in their time, highlighting the cyclical nature of preservation and renewal in Egyptian culture. Later, pharaohs of the Middle Kingdom, with their own visions of grandeur, and those of the New Kingdoms, including the powerful Thutmose III and the celebrated Ramesses II, each left their mark, adding to the temple's rich tapestry of history and devotion. Sadly, many of their structures are mostly lost, either through the ravages of time or incorporated into the later building projects. Their contributions now whispers in the stones. This continuous patronage, spanning across dynasties and centuries, clearly shows Dendera's lasting importance as a sacred site and a symbol of Egyptian identity. It reveals that every dynasty, regardless of its origins or ambitions, sought to honor Hathor, the goddess of love, music and motherhood, and to connect with Egypt's deep traditions. However, the most significant building phase, the one that truly shaped the temple as we see it today, began under the rule of the Ptolemies, the Greek dynasty that followed Alexander the Great. These Ptolemaic rulers, though Greek in origin and culture, astutely embraced Egyptian religion and traditions as a means to legitimize their rule in the eyes of the Egyptian people. It was they who initiated the construction of the Grand Temple of Hathor, a monumental undertaking that would define Dendera for centuries to come. This ambitious project continued for nearly 2 centuries, a testament to the Ptolemies' commitment to integrating themselves into the fabric of Egyptian society. Later, when Rome conquered Egypt, adding it to its vast empire, Roman emperors like Augustus and Nero, following the Ptolemaic example, added their own images and cartouches to the temple walls and even completed the magnificent Hypostyle hall, seamlessly blending their legacy with that of ancient Egypt. Dendera's seamless transition from Ptolemaic to Roman patronage is a remarkable example of cultural continuity, and it highlights the extraordinary resilience of Egyptian culture in the face of foreign rule and influence. The temple, like a living organism, absorbed new rulers and their influences, yet remained firmly rooted in its ancient worldview, its core beliefs and traditions. In the end, it stands as a powerful monument to Egypt's unique ability to adapt, endure and inspire awe across the ages, a beacon of cultural strength shining through the sands of time. At Dendera's heart, rising majestically from the sands of time, stands the Temple of Hathor. Its imposing facade hints at the wonders held within, a testament to the ingenuity and artistry of the ancient Egyptians. Remarkably, it is more a preserved marvel than a ruin, offering an unparalleled glimpse into the religious practices and beliefs of a civilization long past. The temple's state of preservation allows us to truly appreciate the grandeur and sophistication of its design. Called the Castle of the Sistrum, a sacred musical instrument, it was believed to be Hathor's earthly home, a tangible bridge between the mortal realm and the heavens above. This temple served as a focal point for worship and connection with the divine. The temple's architecture is deeply cosmic, reflecting the ancient Egyptians' understanding of the universe and their place within it. Every element was carefully considered to create a harmonious and spiritually significant space. The very floors beneath our feet represent the earth, solid and grounding, connecting the temple to the physical world. The towering columns, adorned with plant capitals of lotus and papyrus, symbolize primordial plants, representing the life-giving forces of nature and the fertile lands of Egypt. And the ceilings above are painted to depict the starry sky, a celestial map filled with astronomical symbols and constellations reminding visitors of the vastness of the cosmos. The Hypostyle hall, a forest of 24 columns, each meticulously crafted and topped with the serene face of Hathor, creates a profound sense of divine welcome, enveloping visitors in the goddess's gentle presence. The ceiling here is not just decoration, it's a painted map of the heavens, meticulously detailed with astronomical zodiac constellations, charting the sun's daily and yearly journey across the sky. Hathor, the beloved goddess of love, joyous music and nurturing motherhood, was central to Egyptian life. But she was also revered as a fierce protector, a powerful deity who guided souls through the perils of the afterlife, ensuring their safe passage to eternity. The temple was a vibrant center of activity, celebrating all aspects of Hathor's multifaceted nature, hosting elaborate festivals filled with music and dance. It was also a place of healing, where sacred rituals were performed to alleviate suffering and restore balance to the body and spirit. And it served as a conduit for divine wisdom, with oracles delivering prophecies and guidance to those who sought answers from the gods. As visitors progressed through the temple, they moved from the brightly lit Hypostyle hall into increasingly darker and more sacred chambers, symbolizing a journey inward towards spiritual enlightenment. This journey culminated in the Holy of Holies, the innermost sanctuary, the most sacred space within the entire temple complex. Only the high priest, the intermediary between the goddess and the people, was permitted to enter this innermost sanctuary to tend to the goddess's cult statue, performing rituals to honor and sustain her divine presence. Every space within the Temple of Hathor was meticulously designed for ritual, reinforcing Hathor's presence and power, ensuring that her influence permeated every aspect of daily life. Today, the Temple of Hathor remains a living symbol of Egypt's rich spiritual imagination, a testament to the enduring power of belief and the remarkable achievements of ancient civilization. On the temple's roof, a small chapel once held the Dendera zodiac, a masterpiece of ancient astronomy. The original circular bas-relief, now in the Louvre, is a map of the heavens as seen by the Egyptians. It fuses Greco-Roman zodiac signs with traditional Egyptian constellations, blending cultures and knowledge. Planets appear as deities in celestial boats, reflecting a sophisticated understanding of the cosmos. The zodiac's placement in a chapel dedicated to Osiris linked the cycles of stars to death and rebirth. Its circular design symbolized the eternal nature of time and cosmic order. When the zodiac was removed to Paris, it sparked debates about the age of the world and Egypt's scientific legacy. Later analysis dated it to the late Ptolemaic period, around 50 BCE. The Dendera zodiac remains a unique artifact, revealing the depth of ancient Egyptian astronomy and cross-cultural exchange. It is a testament to the Egyptians' quest to understand their place in the universe. Beyond the Temple of Hathor, Dendera's complex unfolds as a tapestry of sacred spaces. A massive mud brick wall once enclosed the precinct, separating the divine from the everyday. Entering through the Roman-built northern gateway, visitors followed a processional way to the main temple. To the right stands the original birthhouse, or Mamisi, of Nectanebo I, dedicated to the divine birth of Horus and the pharaoh. Nearby, the ruins of a Coptic basilica show how the site was repurposed in Christian times. Behind the main temple, the Roman-era Temple of Isis tells the story of Osiris's death and rebirth under Hathor's protection. The complex also includes a sacred lake for priestly purification and a sanatorium where pilgrims sought healing dreams from Hathor. Dendera was more than a temple. It was a center of worship, healing and community life. Its layers reveal Egypt's evolving spiritual landscape. Deep in the temple's crypts, mysterious reliefs known as the Dendera Light have fueled debate for decades. These carvings show bulb-like objects with serpents inside, connected to boxes resembling jade pillars. Fringe theories claim these are ancient electrical devices, explaining how Egyptians lit dark interiors without soot. Mainstream Egyptologists, however, see rich symbolism: the bulb as the sky goddess's womb, the serpent as the sun's creative force, the lotus as rebirth, and the jade as stability. There's no evidence for ancient electricity. No bulbs, filaments or batteries have been found. Egyptians used mirrors and clean-burning lamps for illumination. The Dendera light is a mythological scene, not a technological blueprint. It's a striking example of how ancient art can inspire both wonder and wild speculation. South of the main temple stands the Roman Mamisi, or birthhouse, one of Dendera's best-preserved buildings. Dedicated to the divine birth of Ihi, son of Hathor and Horus, the Mamisi was the stage for rituals celebrating both myth and royal legitimacy. Built by Augustus and decorated by Trajan and Hadrian, its reliefs show Roman emperors as Egyptian pharaohs making offerings to the gods. The building blends Egyptian and Greco-Roman styles, reflecting the era's cultural fusion. Vivid reliefs depict Hathor's pregnancy, Ihi's birth, and his presentation to the gods. These scenes reinforce the emperor's divine right to rule Egypt. During festivals, Hathor's statue was carried in procession to the Mamisi, symbolizing the reunion of the divine family. The Mamisi was central to Dendera's religious life and remains a window into Roman Egypt's spiritual world. It stands as a symbol of adaptation and enduring tradition. Dendera's walls and crypts are a treasure trove of history and intrigue. On the rear wall, the only known relief of Cleopatra VII and her son Serene shows them presenting offerings, a poignant bid for legitimacy. The temple's 14 crypts hidden below stored sacred objects and are covered in detailed reliefs, protected from centuries of damage. Exploring these chambers reveals the secret workings of the ancient priesthood. The temple's roof too was a ritual space, with chapels and kiosks for ceremonies like the New Year's dawn, when Hathor's statue greeted the rising sun. Modern restoration has uncovered the original vibrant colours of the Hypostyle hall's astronomical ceiling, transforming our view of the temple's splendour. Each discovery adds new layers to Dendera's story. The temple continues to yield secrets, connecting us to the rituals and lives of its ancient builders. Dendera is not just a relic, it's a living archive of Egypt's past. Its walls still speak, inviting us to listen and learn. Dendera is more than an archaeological site. It's a testament to the enduring power of faith and culture. For millennia, it bridged the human and divine, witnessing dynasties, empires, and shifting beliefs. Its preservation offers the most complete glimpse of a Greco-Roman temple in Egypt. Dendera's reliefs and architecture are a stone textbook, teaching us about gods, astronomy, politics, and daily life. Today, it inspires tourists, scholars and seekers alike, sparking new questions and interpretations. Debates over the Dendera light and the zodiac show the site's ongoing role in our quest for knowledge. Standing in the Hypostyle hall, beneath Hathor's gaze and a ceiling of stars, you feel a timeless connection. Dendera reminds us that the search for meaning and beauty is eternal. It is not just a monument to the past, but a mirror reflecting our own enduring curiosity. The echo of Dendera's legacy still resonates, inviting us to wonder and explore. Deep in the Theban hills, nestled on the west bank of the Nile, lies a site unlike any other in Egypt. This is Deir el-Medina. It is a place that holds the secrets of ordinary people who lived extraordinary lives. For nearly 400 years, this village housed the master craftsmen of the New Kingdom. These were the artisans, the stonemasons, the painters who constructed and decorated the magnificent royal tombs. They worked in the Valley of the Kings and the Valley of the Queens. Their hands shaped the eternal resting places of pharaohs like Tutankhamun and Ramesses the Great. They called their village Set Mat, meaning the place of truth. This ancient community existed from roughly 1550 to 1070 BC, through the 18th dynasty, 19th dynasty, and 20th dynasty. It was a purpose-built settlement, established by the pharaohs to house the elite workforce responsible for their afterlife preparations. The location was deliberately isolated, hidden away in a natural amphitheatre of rock. This seclusion was intended to protect the secrets of the royal necropolis. The men who lived here possessed skills of immense value. Their knowledge of tomb construction and decoration was a state secret. The village itself was therefore carefully guarded and managed directly by the vizier, the pharaoh's highest official, ensuring its inhabitants remained separate from the wider population of Thebes. The story of Deir el-Medina does not end with the decline of the New Kingdom and the abandonment of the royal necropolis. Centuries later, during the Christian era, the village found a new purpose. Its small temple, originally dedicated to the goddess Hathor and the deified pharaoh Amenhotep I, was transformed. It became a Coptic Christian church and later a monastery. This monastery was dedicated to Saint Isidorus the Martyr. It is from this later chapter of its history that the site derives its modern Arabic name, Deir el-Medina, which translates to Monastery of the City. In this documentary, we will journey back in time. We will explore the dusty streets and silent houses of this remarkable village. We will uncover the daily lives, the beliefs and the struggles of the people who lived here. We will not be focusing on the grand pharaohs or the monumental temples that dominate our popular image of ancient Egypt. Instead, we will delve into the lives of the individuals who made it all possible. Join me as we peel back the layers of sand and time to reveal the intimate and detailed world of Deir el-Medina, a community that has left us an unparalleled legacy of its existence. What makes Deir el-Medina so exceptionally important is the sheer volume of information its inhabitants left behind. Unlike any other settlement from the ancient world, this village provides us with a continuous documented account of community life. This record spans almost 400 years. It is a treasure trove of written material preserved by the dry desert climate. The artisans of Deir el-Medina were highly literate. They recorded everything. They wrote on countless fragments of pottery and flakes of limestone known as ostraca and on papyrus. These texts were the notepads and official records of their time, capturing the minutiae of their existence in stunning detail. We have records of their work rosters, wages and rations from the state. We can read their private letters about family quarrels, friendships and anxieties. Legal documents reveal how they resolved disputes, arguments over property, accusations of theft. We can study religious beliefs through hymns and prayers, and even read about medical concerns and remedies they used. This immense archive allows us to reconstruct the social fabric of the community with clarity. The archaeological remains of the village perfectly complement this textual evidence. Excavations unearthed the entire settlement, over 70 houses, a central street and a protective wall. We can walk through the floor plans of their homes, see the ovens used to bake their bread, and identify small household chapels. The village had its own cemetery with decorated tombs that mimic royal tombs on a smaller scale. This combination of ruins and text provides a uniquely holistic view of life. French archaeologist Bernard Bruyère began excavating the site in 1922. For decades, he and his team uncovered the village, its tombs, and the great rubbish pits where thousands of ostraca were discarded. His work produced one of the most thoroughly documented accounts of daily life from antiquity. Deir el-Medina is not just another ruin, it is a living museum, a place where we can hear the voices of ancient Egyptians, understand their society, and appreciate the intricate details of a community that thrived over 3,000 years ago. Walking through the ruins of Deir el-Medina today, one can still sense the organized nature of the community. The village was not an organic settlement that grew over time. It was a planned town laid out on a clear grid. A long, straight street, just a few meters wide, runs down the center. On either side of this thoroughfare, houses were built in neat rows, sharing party walls like modern terrace houses. The entire settlement was enclosed by a thick mud brick wall. A single gate, guarded day and night, controlled all entry and exit. This design speaks of purpose and control, a self-contained world created specifically for the pharaoh's elite workers. The houses themselves were remarkably uniform. A typical home consisted of 4 main rooms. The first room served as a public reception area. Beyond this lay private living quarters. At the very back was the kitchen, and a staircase leading to the roof. Life was lived both indoors and outdoors. The flat rooftops were essential living spaces used for sleeping during the hot summer months, for catching the evening breeze, and for storage. The narrow street was an extension of the home, where neighbours socialized and children played. Daily life in Deir el-Medina was governed by a strict and predictable rhythm. The workforce was divided into 2 teams, or gangs, the left side and the right side, mirroring the 2 sides of a royal tomb. Each gang was led by a foreman. The men worked an 8-day week, followed by 2 days of rest. Their workday began at dawn. They walked from the village over the high pass to the Valley of the Kings. About an hour. They spent the day in the dark, stuffy tombs, carving and painting by flickering oil lamps. The work was highly specialized. Draftsmen, sculptors, painters. The men lived in temporary huts near the Valley of the Kings, returning to the village only for their 2-day weekend. Rest was for family, tending personal affairs and participating in village religious festivals. While the men were the official state employees, the women of Deir el-Medina were the pillars of the community's domestic and economic life. With their husbands away, women were responsible for managing the household entirely on their own. Women enjoyed relatively high legal and social status. Records show they could own property, they could inherit, they could dispose of property in their own right, and they could bring lawsuits before the local court. Textile production was central. Women spun thread and wove linen cloth. Linen was a valuable commodity. Women could trade surplus cloth for necessities like extra food, pottery or services. Women also played a key role in religious life. They managed household shrines, made offerings to family ancestors, and kept protective gods like Bez and Tawere, associated with childbirth and home protection. In a small, enclosed community like Deir el-Medina, disputes were inevitable. Most minor disagreements and civil cases were handled by a local council known as the Kenbet, composed of the leading men of the village. The legal ostraca give us a fascinating insight into the kinds of problems the villagers faced. The cases deal with everything from disputes over the ownership of a donkey to unpaid debts, theft of tools, and property inheritance arguments. The work of a tomb builder was physically demanding and often dangerous. The texts mention physicians and scorpion charmers. These treatments often combined practical medicine with magical spells. Life in the place of truth was not always peaceful. The most famous example of this is the series of labor strikes that occurred during the reign of Ramesses III. Their rations of grain were weeks overdue. Faced with starvation, the artisans took unprecedented action. The men laid down their tools and marched out of the village, towards the great mortuary temples. They staged a sit-in, shouting, "We are hungry." This was a bold and risky act of defiance. Their actions represent the first recorded strikes in human history. The decline of the New Kingdom brought other problems, most notably a wave of tomb robbing. Shockingly, the records show that some of the very men from Deir el-Medina, those entrusted to guard the secrets of the necropolis, were involved in these crimes. This breakdown of order marks the beginning of the end for the village, a final, scandalous chapter in the life of this extraordinary community. Deir el-Medina stands as a singular testament to the power of preservation. It is a time capsule that has gifted us an intimate and deeply human portrait of a community that thrived over 3 millennia ago. This combination allows us to move beyond the grand, impersonal narrative of pharaohs and pyramids. We see them not as a faceless workforce, but as individuals with names, families, and distinct personalities. We read their private letters, witness their legal disputes, and even learn of their health problems. This level of detail is unparalleled, offering a microcosm of New Kingdom society. We discover the vital roles played by women. We see state employees who were conscious of their rights, and a community that could govern and care for itself through its own local institutions. Ultimately, the story of Deir el-Medina is a profound reminder that history is made not just by kings and conquerors, but by everyday people. In the dusty remains of their homes and the delicate script on a pottery shard, we find a connection that transcends time. Deir el-Medina provides an invaluable window into the past, forever changing our view of the ancient world by showing us in vivid detail how ordinary people lived extraordinary lives. The Bent Pyramid stands as a unique monument on the Djoser necropolis in Egypt. Constructed during the reign of Pharaoh Sneferu, founder of the Fourth Dynasty, it dates to around 4,600 years ago. Its most famous feature is its peculiar shape. The lower portion rises at a steep angle, then partway up the incline shifts to a much shallower one, creating the distinct bent profile against the sky. One of the earliest attempts to build a true smooth-sided pyramid, it holds immense importance for understanding the evolution of Egyptian funerary architecture, a physical record of a critical transition in royal tomb design. Before Sneferu, pharaohs were buried in mastabas or in step pyramids with large visible tiers like a giant staircase. The bent pyramid represents a monumental bridge between two eras of pyramid building, a turning point in royal tomb design. Where once the Third Dynasty held sway, led by Djoser's step pyramid at Saqqara, a new ambition emerged. Builders began to question the staircase of tiers, to imagine something more seamless, more celestial in form. The step design was both symbolic and practical. Mastaba-like layers stacked skyward, a visible ladder for the king's spirit to ascend toward the imperishable northern stars. This architecture carried deep ritual meaning, guiding the journey to eternity, consolidating faith with stone, and organizing labor into orderly, rising courses. Under Sneferu, the vision shifted. The goal became smooth, sloping sides, a single unified shape rather than a series of steps. This new surface promised continuity and splendor, a polished plane that caught the sun and declared a profound change in belief and engineering, setting the stage for the true pyramid. Before construction began at Djoser, Sneferu had already invested heavily at Maidum. There, a conventional step pyramid rose in tiers. Then a bold decision followed, to transform those steps into a true, smooth-sided form by filling the rises with masonry and adding a fine outer casing. It was an early, ambitious attempt to move from the staircase of stone to a single, luminous slope. The enterprise appears to have ended in failure. Evidence suggests the outer casing collapsed, its angle too steep, the foundation less than stable. Cracked masonry and displaced passages hint at the strain, an engineering lesson written in stone. In response, the court turned to Djoser, a fresher, firmer start on better ground. Here, Sneferu initiated two great works, the Bent Pyramid and the Red Pyramid, perhaps planned in sequence, perhaps overlapping, together reflecting royal resources and resolve. A landscape of ambition, set against the desert and the Nile's reach. The transition from step pyramids to true pyramids was not mere style. It reflected a change in faith. Earlier, kings fixed their hopes on the imperishable circumpolar stars, eternal, unsetting. By Sneferu's time, devotion pivoted toward the rising sun. Daily rebirth, radiant order, the horizon where the king joined the solar bark. With that shift, meanings changed. The step pyramid remained a visible ladder for the royal soul to climb skyward, stair by stair. The true pyramid, by contrast, became a solar emblem, the primeval mound, the Ben-Ben, emerging from chaos, even a solidified sunbeam, a sloped path for the king to reach Ra. Clad in fine Tura limestone, a pyramid's faces once gleamed white, catching morning and evening light until they seemed otherworldly. That brilliance proclaimed divine power to the valley below, binding kingship to the sun. In that radiance, belief and engineering converged, preparing the way for the daring forms to come. The bent pyramid's making unfolds in phases, clear choices carved in stone. Builders first conceived a smaller, steeper monument near 60 degrees, planted on a compact base. Courses rose evenly, horizontal for the first 49 meters, the core taking shape as ambition gathered at the desert's edge. A bold start, precise and methodical, chasing height and polish in dazzling Tura limestone skin. Then the project expanded. A larger design began at 54 degrees and 27 minutes, pushing mass upward while conserving the footprint. But beneath, clay subsoil and immense load conspired. Stress crept through the fabric. Hairline cracks in passages, corbelled spaces shifting, masonry whispering of strain. The interior told the truth, impressive, yet at risk. To avert failure, engineers revised the plan aloft. Above the bend, the angle eased to 43 degrees and 22 minutes, redistributing weight and calming pressures through the core. The result is that unmistakable profile, two slopes in dialogue where calculation met belief, and a precarious experiment became a lasting step toward the true, smooth-sided pyramid. The interior of the bent pyramid is complex and, uniquely, served by two separate entrance systems. The first lies on the north face, about 12 meters above ground, in the traditional Old Kingdom position. From there, a long, narrow descending passage carries you deep below, along tight ramps and timbered walkways, before opening into a subterranean chamber beneath the core. Its high, corbelled roof rises in stepped courses overhead, and this lower arrangement appears to belong to the original plan. Later, a second doorway was cut on the west face, about 33 meters high. It descends to an upper chamber with a magnificent corbelled vault, while a rough winding passage, hacked after the main build, links the two systems, signalling a redesign. Inside, large cedar logs were discovered, perhaps parts of burial equipment or heavy structural props. Yet no sarcophagus was found, and the intended burial place remains uncertain. Outside, to the east, a long enclosed stone causeway carried movement and meaning between buildings. It ran from the pyramid temple at the base to the valley temple near the Nile floodplain, more than 700 meters in length. Along this spine, processions, offerings, and logistics flowed toward the river. Seen from above, the line still binds pyramid, causeway, and valley temple into a single designed landscape. The bent pyramid did not stand in isolation. It anchored a deliberately planned, sacred landscape. At its eastern foot, a small pyramid temple gathered the rhythm of daily mortuary rites. Offerings set out, incense rising in thin blue threads. Within a modest courtyard and sanctuary, stelae bore Sneferu's names and titles. The king invoked, provisioned, and remembered amid ordered stone. Down the causeway, near a canal linked to the Nile, the valley temple received processions by boat. Priests, porters, and goods arrived out of the river world to enter the precinct. One of the earliest such temples excavated, it once held fine reliefs and statues of Sneferu, a threshold space where images, offerings, and movement bound river, desert, and pyramid into a single design. To the south stands a satellite pyramid, a true pyramid in miniature, with its own passage and chamber, its purpose still debated. Perhaps for the king's car, perhaps symbolically for viscera removed in mummification. Around it stretched an engineered landscape. Local limestone quarried for the core, while brilliant white Tura stone was ferried across the Nile to sheath the slopes. On many blocks, work gang marks survive. Nicknames like the Gang and the White Crown of Sneferu is powerful. Small human signatures beneath vast design. Planning, labour and belief meet here, held fast in desert light. The bent pyramid is rare for preserving so much of its original Tura limestone casing. White, finely dressed and tight-jointed. Along these faces, Egyptologists can read the builder's intent. Courses keyed into the core, joints aligned with methodical care. Most striking is the measurable change in slope, roughly 54 degrees below the bend, easing to about 43 above it. A calculated adjustment inscribed in stone and still legible in the surviving skin that gleams in low sun. Access today is carefully managed. Limited openings, timed entries and capped numbers channel visitors along conservation-led routes. Inside, expect steep, narrow descents, timber walkways and low corbelled spaces, safety rails and helmets where required, and areas kept closed to protect fragile stone and ancient mortar. The experience is intimate, deliberate, a respectful passage through engineering that once tested the limits of stone and now demands patient stewardship. Lessons here shaped Sneferu's Red Pyramid, kept near 43 degrees throughout, and informed the engineering of Khufu's Great Pyramid. Ongoing work confronts wind erosion, salt crystallization, and micro-fractures. Teams stabilize faces, monitor cracks, and maintain protected zones. Look closely and the human touch persists. Faint mason marks, work gang nicknames scattered across blocks at Djoser. In these signatures and scars, the labour of many meets the endurance of stone. Quiet, resolute, and still speaking. Imagine, if you will, a vast sun-drenched plain. The mighty Nile River flows nearby, its waters a ribbon of life through the arid land. Here on the west bank, opposite the modern city of Luxor, stand two giants, their immense figures carved from single blocks of stone. They sit silently on thrones, facing the rising sun. For more than 3,000 years they've watched empires rise and fall. They've seen countless dawns break over the Theban hills. These are the Colossi of Memnon, twin statues of a great pharaoh, frozen in time yet somehow alive-looking. They're the last remnants of a world long vanished. These figures are truly colossal. Each rises to about 60 feet, roughly the height of a modern 5-story building, carved from quartzite sandstone, an incredibly hard stone. Their weight is staggering, over 700 tons each. Imagine stacking more than 100 adult African elephants. For centuries they've sat, weathered by wind and sand, features worn, bodies cracked, but presence utterly commanding, not merely statues, guardians of a forgotten gateway. These two statues did not always sit in such lonely isolation. Behind them stretched one of the largest and most opulent mortuary temples ever built in Egypt. It was the temple of Pharaoh Amenhotep III. The temple complex covered a vast area sprawling over nearly 87 acres. Today almost nothing of it remains above ground. The annual floods of the Nile have washed it all away. Imagine this temple in its heyday. A long avenue lined with sphinxes would have led visitors towards the main entrance. Great courtyards filled with statues, columns opened up one after another, walls covered in vibrant reliefs depicting the pharaoh's great deeds. Priests would have performed daily rituals, their chants echoing through the sacred spaces. Only the two colossal quartzite statues were too massive, too heavy to be moved, and so they remain, solitary witnesses to the grandeur that once lay behind them. For centuries, the northern Colossus held a strange and captivating secret. Following a powerful earthquake in 27 BC, which shattered its upper half, the statue began to sing at dawn. As the first rays of sunlight warmed the cool morning stone, a strange musical sound would emerge from the fractured giant. It was described by early travellers as a sad, whistling moan, or sometimes like the snapping of a harp string. This phenomenon turned the silent stone giant into an ancient oracle. People travelled from all corners of the Roman Empire, from Greece to Rome, to hear the mysterious sound for themselves. The Greeks and the Romans re-identified the statues. They did not see the Egyptian pharaoh Amenhotep III. Instead, they saw Memnon, the mythical hero king of Ethiopia. In Greek mythology, Memnon was the son of Eos, the goddess of the dawn. He had fought bravely in the Trojan War, only to be slain by the great warrior Achilles. The Romans believed that the mournful sound was Memnon crying out to his mother, the dawn goddess, each morning as she greeted him with her light. Distinguished visitors, including several Roman emperors, made the pilgrimage. The Emperor Hadrian and his wife Sabina visited in 130 AD and heard the sound on multiple occasions. These visitors often left inscriptions on the statue's legs and base, like a visitor's book carved in stone, tell us who came, when they came, and whether they were fortunate enough to hear the lament of Memnon. Around the year 199 AD, the Roman Emperor Septimius Severus had the fractured upper half of the statue repaired using several blocks of sandstone. His intention was to honor the oracle, but by repairing the statue, he inadvertently silenced it. Memnon fell silent and has remained so ever since. The creation of these stone giants began at a place called Gebel El Ahmar, near modern-day Cairo, over 400 miles to the north. They freed two monolithic blocks. The massive block was likely dragged on a wooden sledge from the quarry to the banks of the Nile River. At the river, the block was loaded onto an enormous barge. The journey up the Nile was a slow and majestic procession. Arriving at Thebes was only half the battle. They painstakingly hauled the blocks into their final positions. Once positioned, the final carving could begin. A process of subtraction revealed the divine figure from raw quartzite. The man immortalized in these two colossal statues was a real and incredibly powerful ruler, Pharaoh Amenhotep III. He reigned during the 18th dynasty, the golden age of ancient Egypt. His reign brought remarkable stability, unprecedented prosperity, and breathtaking artistic achievement. He was the greatest builder of his age. His construction projects were vast and numerous, transforming the landscape of Egypt. The most ambitious of all Amenhotep III's projects was his own mortuary temple. It was a place where Amenhotep III, the living man, could merge with his own divine image and be worshipped as a god on earth. Their purpose was to announce the divine nature of the temple's owner and to magically protect the sacred precinct that lay behind them. They were the eternal watchers at the threshold of the pharaoh's heavenly mansion. The Colossi of Memnon have endured more than just the passage of 3 millennia. They've survived centuries of natural disasters and human interference. Later pharaohs and Roman builders plundered the site. The annual flooding of the Nile River was a relentless enemy to the monuments on the floodplain. For centuries, folks believed the Grand Mortuary Temple was lost forever. But since 1998, a dedicated team of archaeologists has been working to uncover the secrets buried beneath the soil. The most exciting discoveries have been the hundreds of statues and statue fragments that have been pulled from the mud, especially the lioness-headed goddess Sekhmet. In a remarkable effort, they've lifted and restored several other colossal statues, placing them back in their original positions. The lost temple is slowly and honestly, quite magically, rising from the earth once more. Long after the Roman pilgrims had departed, the Colossi continued to exert a powerful pull on the human imagination, portraying them as sublime, melancholic figures brooding over a lost golden age. Today, millions of tourists from every corner of the globe make the journey to stand at their feet. Their silhouettes at sunrise have become a defining visual of a trip to Luxor. They have been oracles, landmarks, romantic ruins, and scientific treasures. They have watched over the land as beliefs, languages, and empires have turned to dust around them. The Colossi of Memnon are more than just stone and more than just history. They are a vital part of our shared human heritage. Silent sentinels watching over the eternal dawn of civilization. Their mystery and majesty an enduring gift to the world. They will continue to inspire awe and wonder for as long as they stand. If you look closer, the Colossi of Memnon have even more secrets to share, some only revealed in recent years. Once, these giants were not the sun-bleached sandstone we see today. Traces of vibrant pigments suggest their surfaces gleamed with colour. Deep reds, ochres, hints of blue, hints of green. Imagine sunlight dancing on painted crowns, royal regalia, transforming the statues into dazzling guardians of the temple. Centuries of visitors have left their own marks on these ancient titans. Greek travellers, Roman travellers carved their names and messages into the stone. These ancient graffitis still whisper stories of distant lands and long-forgotten hopes, etched for eternity at the feet of pharaohs. Today, the Colossi stand at the crossroads of past and future. Conservators, scientists protect them from erosion, pollution, the relentless march of time. 3D scanning, seismic monitoring experts peering inside the stone, mapping hidden cracks, mapping subtle shifts that could threaten their stability. Each scan helps preserve a digital replica, safeguarding their likeness even as the originals age. Recent discoveries continue to surprise. New fragments, once believed lost, have surfaced, adding missing pieces to the puzzle of the mortuary temple. Were there once matching statues to the north and south? Could undiscovered chambers lie beneath the sand? Modern tourists gaze up in wonder, becoming part of the Colossi's living story, one still unfolding, layer by layer in the Egyptian sun. The silent sentinels endure as ever-evolving witnesses to the dreams and questions of every new generation. Few know that these ancient guardians may have served as celestial markers. Some researchers believe the statues were aligned to greet the rising sun at solstice, their massive forms casting long shadows that tracked the passage of time. Inscriptions found nearby hint at rituals performed at dawn priests, invoking the power of the gods as sunlight touched the stone faces. Were the Colossi silent astronomers watching the heavens as well as the Nile? In recent years, restoration efforts have sparked passionate controversy. Advanced cleaning techniques promise to revive lost details, but some experts warned, could aggressive methods erase precious traces of pigment or ancient tool marks? A delicate balance emerged, preserving the statues for the future without silencing their past. Modern technology is peeling back layers of mystery. Meanwhile, microanalysis of the sandstone has traced its origins to distant quarries, raising new questions about the logistics and labor behind their creation. Perhaps most surprising, scientists have uncovered evidence that the Colossi's voices might not be entirely silent today. Under certain conditions, as the desert cools at dawn, faint vibrations have been recorded, echoes of the ancient singing phenomenon, now understood as a rare interplay of temperature, stone and air. Each discovery deepens our fascination. The Colossi of Memnon remain not just relics, but partners in a timeless dialogue. As the sun rises over the Theban plain, the Colossi of Memnon stand not only as sentinels of Egypt's ancient past, but as treasures cherished by all humanity. Today, these monumental figures are protected as part of the Theban necropolis, a UNESCO World Heritage Site, recognized for its unparalleled historical and cultural significance. This prestigious status brings the eyes of the world to Luxor, and with them a global commitment to preservation. International experts, local artisans and passionate volunteers unite under the blue and white banner of UNESCO, working tirelessly to conserve not just the Colossi, but the entire necropolis, home to the Valley of the Kings, the Valley of the Queens, temples, tombs. Sweeping aerial views reveal the scale of this sacred landscape, while close-ups show careful hands at work, restoring weathered stone, monitoring environmental changes, and ensuring that every detail is protected for generations yet to come. UNESCO plaques stand as silent promises, reminders that the story of the Colossi of ancient Egypt itself belongs to people everywhere. Through global stewardship and shared pride, the Colossi of Memnon endure. Their shadows stretch into the future, icons of resilience, memory and hope. In safeguarding these giants, we honor the dreams of the past and inspire the promise of tomorrow. Long before the modern world recognized the Colossi of Memnon as a universal heritage, these monumental statues captivated the imaginations of distant civilizations. Among the most enchanted were the ancient Greeks, travelers, scholars, and adventurers. Through the eyes of Greek visitors, the Colossi became more than silent sentinels. They were transformed into legends. Greek historians, poets, and explorers like Strabo and Pausanias recorded their awe in vivid detail. Some arrived at dawn hoping to hear the mysterious singing of the northern statue. They believed it was the voice of Memnon, son of Eos, goddess of the dawn, greeting his mother with a mournful melody at sunrise. Manuscripts and ancient sketches reveal Greek artists trying to capture the statue's grandeur. Charcoal strokes tracing enigmatic features that seem both familiar and otherworldly. Greek myths blended with Egyptian history, weaving new stories around the Colossi. Tales of Memnon as a tragic hero of the Trojan War, his spirit lingering in stone, bridging two great cultures. This fascination sparked exchanges of art, language and belief. Greek and Egyptian craftsmen shared techniques, and Hellenistic motifs began to appear in local art. The Colossi featured in Greek writings, inspiring generations of artists and thinkers, echoing through the centuries as symbols of mystery and connection. Statues bathed in golden light, we see them anew, not just as Egyptian marvels, but as beacons that once drew the curious and the wise from across the ancient world. In their silent watch, the Colossi of Memnon remind us of the timeless human quest, to seek, to wonder, to share in the marvels of our past. In Luxor, on the east bank of the Nile, stands the Karnak temple complex, the largest ancient religious site on Earth. For over 2,000 years, pharaohs and priests expanded this sacred city of temples, chapels and obelisks, all dedicated to the Theban triad Amun-Re, Mut and Khonsu. Entering Karnak is stepping into a world shaped by devotion and ambition. At its core lies the great Hypostyle Hall, an architectural marvel that feels built for giants. Imagine leaving the blazing sun for a forest of stone columns, their sheer size humbling all who enter. Sunlight filters from above, illuminating intricate carvings, pharaohs making offerings, scenes of battle and sacred rituals etched with astonishing skill. The hall's design evokes the primeval swamp of creation, with columns like papyrus stalks rising toward a star-painted ceiling. To walk here is to journey through creation itself, connecting the mortal and divine. The great Hypostyle Hall's story is woven into the rise of Egypt's new kingdom, a time of power and architectural ambition. Construction began around 1290 BC under Seti I, though earlier rulers may have laid its foundations. Such projects spanned generations. Seti started the hall, but his son, Ramesses II, completed most of the columns and decorations. Ramesses II's cartouches and reliefs dominate the southern half, while later pharaohs added their own marks. The hall's layered history reflects Egypt's enduring devotion to Amun-Re and the temple's central role in state and religion. Building the hall was a slow, deliberate act, mirroring the lasting importance of Karnak itself. Seti, a powerful restorer of Egypt's glory, envisioned the great Hypostyle Hall as a processional way to honour Amun-Re. After Seti's death, Ramesses II, one of history's most prolific builders, completed the hall, filling it with reliefs of his victories and devotion. In ancient Egypt, the pharaoh was credited as the architect, though skilled officials and priests managed the work. The hall's reliefs reveal the transition between Seti's refined, deeply cut carvings and Ramesses' faster, dramatic sunk reliefs. This succession is visible in the art. Seti's work is delicate and detailed. Ramesses' is bold and expansive. The hall stands as a testament to their ambition and the evolving artistry of their reigns. Each pharaoh's additions reinforced their divine authority and left a lasting mark on Karnak's legacy. The result is a monument that embodies both continuity and change in Egypt's golden age. The great Hypostyle Hall's genius lies in its scale and manipulation of space and light. Spanning over 5,000 square meters, it contains 134 colossal columns in 16 rows, creating a stone forest that dwarfs visitors. The central nave, flanked by 2 rows of 12 towering columns with open papyrus capitals, soars to 21 meters. The remaining 122 columns, shorter and capped with closed buds, line the side aisles. This height difference allowed for clerestory windows, stone grilles that let sunlight pierce the gloom, spotlighting the processional path. Light and shadow were used to focus attention and evoke mystery, enhancing the hall's sanctity. Massive sandstone blocks were transported by river and raised with earthen ramps, a feat of ancient engineering. As construction advanced, ramps were raised, stones set, and artists followed to carve and paint the exposed surfaces. The hall's design was both practical and symbolic, representing the cosmos and the journey from chaos to order. Every architectural choice reinforced the connection between the pharaoh, the gods, and the universe. The result is a space that inspires awe and reverence even millennia later. Karnak was Egypt's religious capital, the earthly seat of Amun-Re, whose power was tied to the pharaoh's own. Known as the most select of places, it was seen as the world's point of creation. The temple complex wielded immense economic and political power. employing thousands and rivaling the pharaoh in influence. The great Hypostyle hall served as a grand processional entrance to Amun's inner sanctum, a threshold between the public and the sacred. During festivals, the pharaoh and priests led processions through the illuminated nave, while commoners glimpsed the rites from the shadowy aisles. Every relief reinforces the pharaoh's role as divine intermediary, making offerings and receiving power from Amun-Re. The hall was both a spiritual centre and a monumental statement of royal legitimacy. Its carvings immortalised the sacred bond between king and god, ensuring order and prosperity. The hall's walls and columns are a visual library, chronicling Egypt's history and theology in stone. Reliefs depict Seti I's and Ramesses II's military triumphs, chariots, captives, and the legendary Battle of Kadesh, serving as royal propaganda. Inside, religious scenes show pharaohs making offerings to Amun-Re, Mut, Khonsu, and other gods, repeated in rhythmic patterns. Hieroglyphic texts record titles, prayers, and even the world's earliest known peace treaty between Ramesses and the Hittites. These carvings document not just events, but the sacred duties of kingship, ensuring divine favour for eternity. The hall's inscriptions are a treasure trove for Egyptologists, revealing the rituals, politics, and diplomacy of the new kingdom. Every surface tells a story of war, worship, and the eternal quest for order. The hall's art is both a record and a ritual, perpetually enacting Egypt's cosmic drama. For millennia, the great Hypostyle hall stood resilient, but in 1899, disaster struck. 11 massive columns on the northern side collapsed, their fall echoing across Karnak. The culprit centuries of Nile floods had weakened the sandstone foundations, while salt crystals from groundwater slowly crumbled the stone. A particularly high flood finally tipped the balance, toppling the columns. The collapse was a tragedy, but it sparked a new era of conservation. French engineer Georges Legrand led a pioneering restoration, numbering each fragment and rebuilding the columns on reinforced foundations. This meticulous work saved the hall and set standards for modern archaeological preservation. The restoration revealed the hall's vulnerabilities and its enduring strength. Today the hall stands as both a marvel of ancient engineering and a triumph of modern conservation. The hall holds secrets beyond its grandeur. Traces of ancient artists' red and black paint, revealing the creative process behind the carvings. Later graffiti, from Coptic crosses to 19th century travellers' names, tells of the hall's afterlife as a place of worship and wonder. The hall's alignment and clerestory windows allowed sunlight to mark solstices, integrating architecture with astronomy and ritual. During restoration, engineers discovered recycled blocks from Akhenaten's dismantled temples, hidden within the hall's walls. These Talatat blocks offered rare glimpses into a lost era, showing how history was both preserved and erased. The hall's stones are a palimpsest, layered with stories from pharaohs, priests, and pilgrims across millennia. Every detail, from ancient drafts to modern graffiti, adds depth to its legacy. The hall is not just a monument, but a living record of Egypt's evolving identity. The great Hypostyle hall's influence reaches far beyond Egypt, inspiring artists, architects, and scholars worldwide. Its scale and mystery fueled Egyptomania in the West, shaping art, literature, and even opera. For Egyptologists, the hall is a primary source, its reliefs and inscriptions unlocking the secrets of the new kingdom. For Egyptians, it is a symbol of national pride and a vital link to their ancient heritage. The hall draws visitors from around the globe, each seeking to experience its awe and connect with history. In 1979, Karnak was named a UNESCO World Heritage Site, recognizing its universal value. The hall's preservation is a shared responsibility, ensuring its wonders endure for future generations. It stands as a testament to the enduring power of faith, creativity, and human ambition. To walk through the great Hypostyle Hall today is to touch a past that spans more than 3,000 years. The columns still stand, silent witnesses to the rise and fall of civilizations and the turning of the stars. The hall is an experience, cool shadows, towering columns and shafts of light animating ancient reliefs. It inspires wonder, contemplation and a sense of connection to humanity's creative spirit. Architecturally, it pushed the limits of stone. Religiously, it was the heart of Egypt's greatest sanctuary. The hall chronicles the ambition of pharaohs and the artistry of their people. As we leave, its scale and silence linger, reminding us of the depth of time and the legacy of human achievement. The great Hypostyle Hall is not just a relic. It is a living monument, still teaching and inspiring. It is, and will remain, one of the world's true wonders. Its story is our story, a testament to what humanity can dream and build. But even after centuries of study, the great Hypostyle Hall continues to surprise us. Recent research has revealed secrets long hidden in plain sight. Laser scanning and digital mapping have uncovered faint inscriptions and graffiti, some carved by priests, others by ancient tourists, each leaving their mark on history. Archaeologists have discovered traces of vibrant pigments, suggesting the hall was once awash in brilliant colour, its columns painted in reds, blues and golds that would have dazzled any visitor. Beneath the massive floor stones, ground-penetrating radar has hinted at hidden chambers and forgotten foundations, sparking new theories about the hall's earliest phases. Some scholars now believe that the orientation of its columns aligns with celestial events, turning the hall into a vast astronomical calendar that marked the passage of seasons and sacred festivals. And while the hall was built for the gods, it also became a living canvas for generations of Egyptians, each era adding its own chapter, from pharaohs to commoners. Even today, conservationists and historians work in its shadow, piecing together lost stories and preserving its grandeur for the future. The great Hypostyle Hall is more than stone and legend. It is a place where ancient mysteries meet modern discovery, where every column still has a story to tell if you know where to look. As we journey deeper into the story of the great Hypostyle Hall, new wonders continue to emerge, reminding us that this ancient marvel still holds secrets waiting to be uncovered. Did you know that some of the colossal columns are inscribed with the names of pharaohs whose reigns lasted only months, yet their marks endure for millennia? Or that the hall's acoustics were deliberately engineered, amplifying chants and prayers so they resonated like the voice of the gods themselves? Recent studies using ultraviolet light have revealed ghostly images of ancient art, invisible to the naked eye. These hidden scenes suggest that the hall was once a vibrant theatre for rituals, processions, and even political ceremonies that shaped the destiny of Egypt. Archaeologists have also uncovered small artifacts, amulets offering vessels and fragments of jewellery lost beneath the flagstones, each object a silent witness to the lives of priests and pilgrims who once filled these spaces. Perhaps most astonishing, satellite imagery has traced the ancient Nile's shifting path, revealing how the river once flowed closer to Karnak. This proximity may have been crucial, allowing stone blocks weighing dozens of tons to be transported directly to the temple's heart, an engineering feat that still inspires awe. The great Hypostyle Hall is not just a relic of the past, it is a living laboratory for discovery. With every new technology and every fresh perspective, we peel back another layer of its story, reminding us that history is never truly finished, and the greatest wonders may still be waiting just beneath the surface. At Djoser, the Red Pyramid lifts out of the desert like a sunrise of stone. Built for Pharaoh Sneferu around 2590 to 2570 BCE, it is the first successfully completed true smooth-sided pyramid. Its broad, measured slopes and precise masonry mark a turning point in Egyptian engineering. Lessons from earlier experiments brought together here. In the cool light of dawn, its iron-tinted core still glows, a quiet, enduring proof of planning, patience, and a new idea made perfect. Why Djoser? Here, the desert plateau sits on solid limestone bedrock, stable, dry, and unyielding. After Medom's collapse on sand and tuffler, foundations came first. The site lies close enough to the Nile for easy haulage, yet high enough to rest on firm ground. Quarries at Djoser and nearby cliffs supplied abundant core stone. With those lessons and a capable administration, surveyors could level the ground and move stone along short, straight routes. Quarry to river, river to ramp, ramp to rising courses. Djoser made a true pyramid practical. Fourth Dynasty, early Old Kingdom. In the late years of Sneferu's reign, after Medom and the Bent Pyramid, a final project rose at Djoser, the Red Pyramid. It was the third phase of a deliberate building program. Lessons carried forward, problems designed out. A shallower 43-degree slope, firm bedrock, and a disciplined supply of Djoser core stone with Tura casing. Estates funded the work, gangs rotated seasonally, causeway and temples were planned in tandem, architecture serving a single aim, to secure the king's rebirth and standardize a reliable royal blueprint. By the late 26th century BCE, the plan reached completion. The first true smooth-sided pyramid finished in Egypt, crowning Sneferu's campaign and setting the stage for Giza. At Djoser, the Red Pyramid began at the ground. Builders cut a shallow trench around the footprint and filled it with water, the simplest, truest level. From that waterline, they measured down, shaving the bedrock until the base was perfectly flat. Then the first course was laid. Massive blocks seated tight, corners squared to the cardinal points, locking the pyramid's geometry to a stable, immovable platform. The king was at the apex of a complex bureaucracy, with the vizier as his chief administrator. This government managed everything from tax collection in the form of grain and livestock to the distribution of resources for massive state projects. Sneferu centralized this power, ensuring that the wealth of the entire Nile Valley flowed towards the royal treasury. This centralization was the key to funding his building program. His economic policies were focused on maximizing the agricultural output of the Nile floodplain. The king established numerous new royal estates and agricultural settlements throughout Egypt. These were not just farms, they were highly organized production centers that supported the court and the vast labor force employed in his construction projects. The Palermo stone records the creation of dozens of these estates, named in his honor. This systematic approach to land management ensured a consistent surplus, which was the lifeblood of the Old Kingdom state. It was this surplus that fed the thousands of workers at Djoser and Medom. Beyond agriculture, Sneferu invested heavily in trade and the exploitation of natural resources. He commissioned the construction of large cedarwood ships, each said to be 100 cubits long, or 52 meters long, These vessels were essential for trade with the Levant, particularly the port of Byblos in modern-day Lebanon. From there, Egypt imported the high-quality timber necessary for shipbuilding, roofing temples, and creating fine funerary goods. This international trade brought not only materials but also prestige and wealth, further enhancing the king's power and the resources at his command. The administration of the state was also refined. Sneferu appointed his own sons and trusted officials to key positions. The title of vizier, the highest office after the king, was held by his son Nefermat, and later by another son, Khanefer. This practice of placing royal family members in charge of the state apparatus ensured that the king's will was carried out directly. This tightly controlled, family-run government was capable of organizing logistical feats that were previously unimaginable, transforming the kingdom into a perfectly integrated machine for building monuments. At the heart of Sneferu's program was faith, but also material craft. The Red Pyramid's core is local, iron-rich limestone, a warm red that gives the monument its modern name. In antiquity, that core was wrapped in brilliant, polished Tura limestone, white as sun-struck chalk, so the pyramid gleamed like a star on earth. Over centuries, most of that casing was stripped away, exposing the reddish courses beneath and the stepped scars of a vanished skin. These were no monuments to vanity, but sacred machines meant to bear the king to the gods and uphold Ma'at for Egypt. This divine mandate, and the hard lessons of Meidum and the bent pyramid, demanded perseverance. He could not afford to fail. After the lessons of earlier experiments, Sneferu's architects chose a shallower 43-degree slope for the Red Pyramid. The gentler angle reduced outward thrust on the courses, eased pressure on joints and foundations, and widened the base-to-height ratio, creating a stable mass that would not creep or crack over time. In cross-section, every course locks into the next, the load travelling cleanly down into bedrock, geometry serving longevity. That decision defined its silhouette: low, deliberate, and resilient. The Red Pyramid's 43-degree faces are not just elegant. They are the perfected solution that made a true, smooth-sided pyramid endure. On the pyramid's north face, an elevated entrance opens above the desert. We approach against the wind and the long shadow of its flank. Here the builders cut the doorway high, a guarded mouth into stone. Step inside, torches catch rough limestone, heat falls away, the air turns cool and dry. The corridor tilts downward at roughly 26 degrees, a tight passage about 1.2 meters high and 1.1 wide. We bend and shuffle, breathing dust as torchlight rakes the slope. A faint draft draws outward, the monument breathing through minute joints, while each measured step carries us deeper, steady and sure, toward the heart. Inside Sneferu's bent pyramid, the route advances through two solemn antechambers, each roof corbelled, course upon course stepping inward to shed the mountain's weight into the walls. Look up. The ceiling climbs more than 10 meters, and the space answers with a gentle, lingering echo, subtle reverb, stone acting like an instrument, tuned by geometry. In cross-section, each overhang guides stress away from the void, layer catching layer until the load meets solid stone. Two corbelled antechambers lead at last to the final burial chamber, an architecture of safety, height and quiet acoustics. These lessons, stable slopes, firm foundations, and corbelled roofs to relieve pressure, armed the builders for their third attempt. The stage was set for a masterpiece. When the Red Pyramid's chambers were first opened in the 19th century, they appeared starkly empty, no intact sarcophagus in place. Contemporary reports describe scattered human remains in the Philae, a skull, vertebrae, ribs, recorded without secure archaeological context. Osteological notes suggest a middle-aged male, yet identity remains unproven. Nothing links the fragments conclusively to Sneferu. One interpretation is robbery. Later intrusions, broken containers, and disrupted deposits, implying desecration over time. Another holds that this was a cenotaph, that Sneferu lay elsewhere, perhaps within the bent pyramid, leaving Djoser's Red Pyramid symbolically empty. With no inscriptions and no confirmed coffin, the evidence is tantalizing, yet incomplete. Engineered to guard a king, these chambers still guard a mystery. The Red Pyramid's faces were set to the cardinal points with remarkable precision, within a tiny fraction of a degree. Think of a surveyor's compass laid on stone, north, south, east, west, locked to the desert and the sky. How did they do it? By watching the northern sky, observing circumpolar stars that never set, and fixing true north by their nightly circles. Repeated sightings, patient measurements, then pegs in the ground and lines in the dust. This geometry was not mere technique, it was devotion. Aligning to the imperishable circumpolar stars bound Sneferu to eternity, while the east and west faces received sunrise and sunset like a daily rite. Stone, sky, and king held in one unerring line. The Red Pyramid gets its modern name from the stone itself. Up close, the core is a warm, ruddy limestone, iron-rich blocks quarried here at Djoser. Step back at golden hour, and the whole monument seems to glow. A quiet ember in the desert, announcing Sneferu's perseverance made permanent. Once this pyramid gleamed brilliant white. A fine Tura limestone shell wrapped the red core in polished light. Over centuries, most casing stones were stripped for later building, revealing the reddish heart beneath and leaving the stepped scars of a vanished skin. Quarry to monument was a disciplined routine. Blocks were cut and roughly dressed. Crews hauled them on wooden sledges over wetted tracks. Ramps of mud brick and rubble rose with the structure. Thousands moved in rhythm, measured, patient, relentless. Meanwhile, the casing demanded precision. Tura limestone was cut to tight tolerances, ferried across the Nile by boat and inched into place. As the core climbed, masons laid each course to the slope, then dressed and polished the face to a seamless sheen. At the summit would have stood the pyramidion, the capstone. Some propose fine limestone, others a gilded mantle that caught the sun. We cannot point to the original today, it has not survived, but the idea endures. First light striking a radiant point, binding Sneferu to Ra's daily rising. A symbolic apex, not merely an architectural one. Today, the white is gone, but the red endures. From a slow aerial drift, you see the exposed core, course by course. The labour remains visible in every block. Once radiant, now weathered, yet still the monument of a king who perfected the pyramid. After the Old Kingdom, the Red Pyramid did not sleep. Its story continued in stone, layered by reuse, loss and rediscovery, leaving the monument we see today. In later eras, casing blocks were prized away for new works. Medieval quarrying stripped the bright Tura limestone, exposing the red core beneath and leaving talus mounds at the base. In the 19th and 20th centuries, surveys and measured drawings mapped its angles and chambers. They recorded the shallow 43-degree slope, the corbelled roofs within, and the plan of the complex, turning a ruin into data. Today, conservation paths, signage and careful clearing reveal construction details once hidden. What changed was the surface. What we learned was the method. How the first true pyramid was made, unmade, and documented for the ages. In the desert light, its serene plains endure. Stone made certain, time made calm. Stand at sunset and listen. What will outlast us? The answer glows on the horizon. In the heart of ancient Egypt, a silent sentinel stands against the sands of time. The Temple of Edfu, a monumental testament to the power of belief, beckons us to unravel its mysteries. Here, on the banks of the majestic Nile, the echoes of pharaohs and priests whisper through the ages. The Temple of Edfu is a journey through time, a portal to a world of gods and pharaohs. Join us now as we venture into the heart of this ancient marvel, peeling back the layers of time to reveal its secrets. Nestled on the west bank of the Nile, the Temple of Edfu enjoys a privileged location. This mighty river, the lifeblood of Egypt, was more than just a waterway. The Nile's annual floods, predictable and life-giving, were seen as a blessing from the gods. The ancient Egyptians believed that their pharaohs were divine intermediaries between the gods and humanity. The Temple of Edfu was one such temple, a beacon of devotion dedicated to the falcon-headed god Horus. The Egyptians carefully chose the temple's placement to align with significant celestial events. The Nile, a constant presence throughout Egyptian history, played a vital role in the construction and sustenance of the Temple of Edfu. The story of Edfu Temple begins with the echoes of Alexander the Great's conquests. After his death, the Ptolemaic kingdom, a dynasty of Greek origin, rose to rule over Egypt. Construction commenced in 237 BC during the reign of Ptolemy III. This period marked a fascinating fusion of cultures, evident in the temple's architecture, blending Egyptian design with Hellenistic influences. Imagine the scene. Thousands of labourers, skilled artisans and master craftsmen toiling under the scorching Egyptian sun. The temple, built entirely of sandstone, stands as a testament to their dedication and skill. The massive pylons, adorned with intricate reliefs, served as powerful symbols of royal authority and divine protection. Within the temple walls, a forest of towering columns leads to the inner sanctuaries. Every element was carefully planned to align with celestial events and honor the gods. As the Ptolemaic dynasty waned and the Roman Empire rose, the sands of time began to bury the Temple of Edfu. For centuries it lay dormant, its magnificent halls slowly filling with the desert's relentless embrace. In the 19th century, explorers and archaeologists turned their attention to the temple. French scholar Auguste Mariette initiated excavations in 1860. Buried beneath centuries of sand, lay one of the best preserved temples in all of Egypt. The Temple of Edfu is a testament to one of ancient Egypt's most beloved deities, Horus, the falcon-headed god. Horus represented kingship, protection, sky and the sun. The Egyptians believed that Horus, with his keen eyesight, could see all that transpired on earth. To stand within the Temple of Edfu is to stand in the presence of Horus. Every pillar, every carving, every inscription whispers tales of his might and benevolence. Horus was intricately linked to the institution of pharaohship. The Egyptians believed that their rulers were the living embodiment of Horus on earth. The temple walls are adorned with scenes of Horus vanquishing his enemies, most notably Set, the god of chaos. These depictions served as a potent reminder that Horus, and by extension the pharaoh, was the protector of Egypt. The story of Horus is deeply intertwined with the Osiris myth. According to legend, Osiris was murdered by his jealous brother, Set. Isis, Osiris's devoted wife, magically resurrected him long enough to conceive their son, Horus. Horus, as the son of Osiris, was the rightful heir to the throne of Egypt. The Temple of Edfu contains numerous depictions of the Osiris myth, highlighting its importance within the Egyptian religious landscape. The Temple of Edfu pulsed with life, its rhythms intertwined with the Nile and the celestial dance of the sun and stars. This was a sacred calendar, etched in stone, marking the passage of time through elaborate festivals and rituals. One of the most important festivals celebrated at Edfu was the annual Good Union ceremony. This grand event involved a procession of priests carrying sacred statues of Horus from Edfu to the temple of Hathor at Dendera. The daily life of the Temple of Edfu revolved around a complex series of rituals meticulously performed by the priests. These rituals were believed to be essential for the continued well-being of Egypt. The rituals often involved the presentation of offerings to the gods, ranging from simple gifts of food and drink to more elaborate offerings. The priests were also responsible for maintaining the temple's physical structure, ensuring its cleanliness, and performing regular repairs. At the very heart of the Temple of Edfu lay the sanctuary, the most sacred space within the complex. This was the dwelling place of the god, where his presence was believed to be most potent. Within the sanctuary stood the naos, a small shrine-like structure containing the cult statue of Horus. The sanctuary was a place of profound mystery, its rituals shrouded in secrecy. The walls of Edfu Temple whisper of Horus's epic struggle against darkness, the myth of Horus and Set. Set, the embodiment of chaos, murders his brother Osiris, god of the underworld. From this tragedy rises Horus, determined to avenge his father and restore balance to the universe. Their conflict is a cosmic battle for the very soul of Egypt. Every depiction of Horus triumphant reinforces the message of hope, that even in the face of darkness, light will ultimately prevail. The struggle between Horus and Set wasn't confined to the celestial realm, you see. It spilled over into the earthly domain, mirroring the very real challenges faced by the ancient Egyptians. They lived in a land of both abundance and harshness, where the Nile's life-giving floods could turn destructive, where neighbouring kingdoms posed constant threats. Imagine the anxieties of a people dependent on the Nile's fickle favour. A delayed flood could mean famine, a powerful storm could devastate crops. These natural occurrences weren't just bad luck, they were seen as manifestations of Set's chaotic influence, disrupting the order established by Horus. The pharaoh, as Horus's earthly representative, bore the immense responsibility of maintaining this order. He wasn't just a political leader, he was a warrior king, tasked with repelling invaders, ensuring justice within his kingdom, and performing rituals to appease the gods and maintain cosmic balance. This is why the temple walls are adorned with scenes of pharaohs smiting enemies, subduing wild animals, and making offerings to the gods. These aren't mere boasts of military prowess, they're symbolic reenactments of Horus's triumph over Set, a powerful reminder that even in the face of adversity, order will be restored. The myth of Horus and Set doesn't end in endless conflict, you see. It culminates in a satisfying resolution, one that resonated deeply with the ancient Egyptians and continues to hold meaning for us today. After a protracted struggle, often depicted in vivid detail within Edfu's inner sanctuaries, Horus emerges victorious. Imagine the collective sigh of relief, the sense of justice prevailing as Horus, through strength and cunning, vanquishes Set, banishing chaos and restoring his father to his rightful place in the underworld. This victory wasn't just a personal triumph, it was a cosmic reset, reaffirming the belief that order would always prevail. But the story doesn't end there. Horus, in a display of magnanimity and wisdom, doesn't seek to eradicate Set entirely. He recognizes that a degree of chaos is necessary for creation, for change, for the very cycle of life and death itself. Instead, he subjugates Set, binds him, and integrates him into the cosmic order. This act of integration speaks volumes about the ancient Egyptians' understanding of the world. They recognized that life wasn't about absolutes, about good versus evil, but about balance, about finding harmony between opposing forces. It's a message as relevant today as it was millennia ago, a timeless reminder that true peace lies in embracing complexity and seeking reconciliation, not annihilation. The Temple of Edfu is an intricate puzzle box, its walls adorned with narratives, historical records, and religious texts. Imagine ancient scribes meticulously applying sacred symbols to the temple walls. They were artists, historians, and theologians, preserving knowledge for generations. The Edfu building texts provide detailed accounts of the temple's construction. The walls also feature hymns, prayers, and mythological narratives. Each carving is a piece of a larger puzzle still being pieced together. For millennia, the Nile River, lifeblood of Egypt, flowed to Edfu Temple's doorstep. Imagine barges and pilgrims arriving, the air alive with activity. The Nile was integral to the temple, symbolizing life and renewal, but the Nile's course shifted eastward over centuries. Edfu Temple now stands inland, far from the river. This shift was a slow, almost imperceptible process. Today the Nile flows far from the temple, its waterfront a memory. Yet the fertile fields around Edfu still sustain the local community. The Nile's legacy endures, a link to the past. The Nile's shift reminds us of the transient nature of monuments. It speaks to the ever-changing dynamics between humanity and nature. Edfu Temple stands as a testament to human ingenuity and the enduring allure of the past. As the sun dips below the horizon, casting long shadows across the temple of Edfu, we reflect on its enduring legacy. This isn't just a collection of ancient stones, but a testament to the human spirit's boundless capacity for belief and creativity. Imagine the countless lives touched by this sacred space, the pharaohs, priests, and ordinary Egyptians. Their presence lingers still, echoing through the centuries, reminding us that we too are part of this ongoing human story. The Temple of Edfu stands as a beacon, beckoning us to look beyond our modern world. In understanding the past, we gain a deeper understanding of ourselves. Imagine sailing across the tranquil waters of Lake Nasser in southern Egypt, where the serene environment envelops you in a sense of timelessness. The sun bathes the landscape in a warm golden light, casting long shadows and creating a mesmerizing play of colors on the water's surface. As you glide across the lake, a majestic sight emerges on the horizon, gradually revealing itself in the distance. A sandstone temple, its massive pylons reaching for the sky, stands as a testament to a bygone era, echoing the grandeur of ancient civilizations. This is the Temple of Kalabsha, a magnificent structure that has witnessed the ebb and flow of history for over 2 millennia, standing proudly by the lake. The Temple of Kalabsha, originally situated at Bab al-Kalabsha, was one of the largest and most impressive temples in Nubia, showcasing the architectural prowess of its builders. Nubia, an ancient region spanning southern Egypt and northern Sudan, was a land of rich history and vibrant culture, where the past and present intertwine. The Nubians, renowned for their strength and resilience, developed a unique civilization that interacted closely with their Egyptian neighbors, sharing and exchanging cultural and technological advancements. The Temple of Kalabsha stands as a powerful symbol of this dynamic relationship, embodying the rich tapestry of Nubian and Egyptian history. The Temple of Kalabsha was dedicated to Mandulis, the Nubian sun god. This magnificent structure stands as a testament to the rich cultural and religious heritage of ancient Nubia. Mandulis, often depicted as a falcon-headed man, represented power, protection, and healing in Nubian belief. His image adorned many temples and monuments, symbolizing his importance in the daily lives of the Nubian people. He was a central figure in the Nubian pantheon, revered as a benevolent deity who brought light and life to the land. The sun, a vital element in Nubian culture, was seen as his divine manifestation. The temple at Kalabsha served as a place of worship and devotion, where offerings were made and rituals performed to honor this powerful god. Priests conducted ceremonies to ensure the favor of Mandulis, seeking his blessings for prosperity and health. The construction of the temple spanned several centuries, beginning during the Roman period in the reign of Emperor Augustus around 30 BC. This long construction period allowed for a blend of styles and influences. Over the years, subsequent rulers, including Roman emperors and Nubian kings, added their own contributions to the temple complex. Each ruler left their mark, enriching the temple's history and significance. This blend of architectural styles and artistic influences reflects the diverse cultural tapestry that shaped the history of Kalabsha. The temple stands as a symbol of the enduring legacy of Nubian and Roman collaboration. The Temple of Kalabsha, built with sandstone quarried from the surrounding desert, is a masterpiece of ancient architecture. Its massive pylons, adorned with intricate carvings, lead into a series of courtyards, halls, and sanctuaries. The walls of the temple are covered with hieroglyphics and reliefs depicting scenes from Egyptian mythology, religious rituals, and the lives of pharaohs. Within the temple's sacred chambers, priests perform daily rituals, offering prayers and sacrifices to appease the gods. The scent of incense filled the air as worshippers gathered in the courtyards, seeking the favour of Mandulis and other deities. The temple was not only a place of worship, but also a centre of learning and culture, where scribes copied sacred texts and artists honed their skills. For centuries, the Temple of Kalabsha stood as a beacon of faith and culture, its massive structure seemingly impervious to the passage of time. However, in the 20th century, a modern marvel threatened its very existence: the construction of the Aswan High Dam, a monumental project aimed at controlling the flow of the Nile River and generating hydroelectric power, would create a vast reservoir behind it, Lake Nasser. The rising waters of Lake Nasser would submerge many ancient sites, including the Temple of Kalabsha. Recognizing the immense historical and cultural value of these monuments, the Egyptian government, in collaboration with UNESCO, launched an international campaign to save them from a watery grave. The international campaign to save the monuments of Nubia, launched in 1960, was an unprecedented undertaking. It was a call to action that resonated across the globe, drawing attention to the rich cultural heritage at risk of being lost forever. Archaeologists, engineers and experts from around the world joined forces in a race against time to document, dismantle and relocate threatened monuments. This collaborative effort showcased the power of international cooperation in preserving history. The Temple of Kalabsha, one of the largest and most significant structures at risk, became a focal point of this international effort. Its grandeur and historical importance made it a symbol of the campaign's success. The relocation process was a remarkable feat of engineering. It required innovative solutions and meticulous planning to ensure the temple's integrity was maintained throughout the move. First, the temple was meticulously documented, with every stone, carving and inscription carefully photographed and catalogued. This detailed record was crucial for the accurate reassembly of the temple at its new location. Then, the temple was carefully dismantled, with each block numbered and its original location recorded. This painstaking process ensured that the temple could be reconstructed exactly as it had stood for centuries. The disassembled blocks were then transported to a new site, higher ground that would remain above the waterline of Lake Nasser. This new location would protect the temple from the rising waters, preserving it for future generations to admire and study. After years of meticulous work, the Temple of Kalabsha was reassembled on a small island just south of the Aswan High Dam. This new location, carefully chosen to resemble the temple's original setting as much as possible, offered a safe haven for the ancient monument. Today the temple stands proudly on its island home, its sandstone walls glowing in the warm Egyptian sun. The relocation of the Temple of Kalabsha stands as a testament to the power of international cooperation and the importance of preserving our shared cultural heritage. It serves as a reminder that even in the face of seemingly insurmountable challenges, humanity can come together to protect the treasures of the past for future generations. In recognition of its outstanding universal value, the Temple of Kalabsha, along with other monuments relocated during the Nubian salvage campaign, was inscribed on the UNESCO World Heritage List in 1979. This prestigious designation recognizes the temple's significance as an exceptional example of ancient Nubian architecture and a testament to the rich cultural heritage of the region. The inscription of the Temple of Kalabsha on the World Heritage List highlights the importance of preserving cultural heritage for present and future generations. It serves as a reminder of the enduring power of the past to inspire, educate, and connect us to our shared human history. The Temple of Kalabsha offers a fascinating glimpse into the religious beliefs and practices of ancient Nubia. The temple's reliefs and inscriptions provide valuable insights into the worship of Mandulis, the Nubian sun god, and his role in the lives of the people. They also shed light on the interactions between the Nubian and Egyptian cultures, revealing a complex tapestry of shared traditions and unique beliefs. One intriguing feature of the Temple of Kalabsha is the presence of a small chapel dedicated to the worship of Augustus, the first Roman emperor. This chapel, built during the Roman period, reflects the influence of Roman rule in Nubia and the syncretic nature of religious beliefs in the ancient world. Today, the Temple of Kalabsha stands as a popular tourist destination, attracting visitors from around the world who come to marvel at its architectural grandeur and soak up its historical significance. As you explore the temple's courtyards and chambers, let your imagination transport you back in time to an era of pharaohs, gods, and ancient rituals. The Temple of Kalabsha is more than just a monument. It is a living testament to the enduring power of human ingenuity, resilience, and the timeless allure of the past. Its journey from its original location on the banks of the Nile to its new home on Lake Nasser serves as a powerful reminder of the importance of preserving our shared cultural heritage for generations to come. Karnak Temple is a vast temple complex in Egypt, renowned for its immense size and historical significance. It is located on the east bank of the Nile River, which has been a lifeline for civilizations for millennia. Karnak is near the modern city of Luxor, a bustling urban centre that blends ancient history with contemporary life. This ancient site was once the city of Thebes, the capital of ancient Egypt during its New Kingdom period. The temple complex is a marvel of ancient architecture, showcasing the ingenuity and craftsmanship of the ancient Egyptians. It is a testament to the power and artistry of the pharaohs, who commissioned grand structures to honour their gods and themselves. Karnak was built and expanded over many centuries, with each pharaoh adding their own touch to the sprawling complex. It is a place of pilgrimage and worship for over 2,000 years, drawing people from all over to pay homage to the gods. The complex is a vast open-air museum, offering a unique glimpse into the religious and cultural practices of ancient Egypt. It is a treasure trove of ancient Egyptian art and architecture, with intricate carvings and monumental statues. Visitors can explore the many temples, chapels and monuments, each with its own story and historical significance. Karnak is a window into the past, offering insights into the religious, political and social life of ancient Egypt. It is a reminder of the grandeur and sophistication of ancient Egyptian civilization, a civilization that has left an indelible mark on history. Thebes was one of the most important cities in ancient Egypt, known for its grandeur and historical significance. It was the capital of Egypt for many centuries, serving as the heart of the nation during the Middle and New Kingdoms. Thebes was a centre of political, religious and economic power, influencing the entire region with its wealth and culture. The city was dedicated to the god Amun-Re, who was considered the supreme deity in the Egyptian pantheon. He was the king of the gods, often depicted with a ram's head or as a man wearing a double-plumed crown. Thebes was also home to the goddess Mut, who was revered as the mother goddess and a symbol of motherhood and fertility. She was the consort of Amun-Re, and together they were worshipped as a divine couple. Their son, Khonsu, was the moon god, associated with time and healing. Together they formed the Theban triad, a powerful trio that was central to the religious life of Thebes. They were worshipped at Karnak, one of the largest and most significant temple complexes in ancient Egypt. The temple complex at Karnak was a reflection of Thebes' importance, showcasing its architectural and artistic achievements. It was a place where the pharaohs could honor the gods, performing rituals and ceremonies to gain their favor. The pharaohs built temples and monuments at Karnak, each adding to the splendor of the complex. They wanted to show their devotion to the gods, ensuring their legacy and divine support. The temple complex grew in size and grandeur over time, with each pharaoh contributing to its expansion. It became a symbol of the power and wealth of Egypt, standing as a testament to the civilization's achievements and religious devotion. Construction at Karnak began during the Middle Kingdom. This was around 2055 to 1650 BC. However, it was during the New Kingdom that Karnak truly flourished. This period was from 1550 to 1069 BC. The New Kingdom was a time of great prosperity and power for Egypt. The pharaohs of the New Kingdom were ambitious builders. They wanted to leave their mark on Egypt. They expanded the temple complex at Karnak. They added new temples, chapels, and monuments. Each pharaoh tried to outdo his predecessor. They wanted to create the most impressive structures. The result is a complex that is both awe-inspiring and bewildering in its scale. One of the most prolific builders at Karnak was the female pharaoh Hatshepsut. She ruled Egypt from 1478 to 1458 BC. Hatshepsut was a powerful and ambitious ruler. She commissioned many impressive building projects at Karnak. Hatshepsut's most famous contribution to Karnak is her Red Chapel. This is a small but perfectly proportioned shrine. It's made of red quartzite. The Red Chapel was once adorned with brilliant reliefs. It is a testament to Hatshepsut's artistry and her devotion to the gods. Hatshepsut also erected two massive obelisks at Karnak. These towering monuments were once the tallest structures in the world. They are a symbol of Hatshepsut's power and ambition. The Great Hypostyle Hall is one of the most impressive structures at Karnak. This architectural marvel stands as a testament to the ingenuity and ambition of ancient Egyptian builders. It is a massive hall supported by 134 columns, each one towering over visitors and creating a forest of stone that stretches towards the sky. The hall covers an area of 5,000 square meters, making it one of the largest religious spaces ever constructed in the ancient world. It is big enough to hold 10 cathedrals, a fact that underscores its immense scale and the grandeur of its design. The Hypostyle Hall was built by the pharaoh Seti I, who initiated its construction as part of his grand vision for the Karnak temple complex. He ruled Egypt from 1290 to 1279 BC, a period marked by significant architectural and cultural achievements. Seti I's son, Ramesses II, completed the hall, continuing his father's legacy and adding his own touches to the monumental structure. The hall is a masterpiece of engineering and artistry, showcasing the advanced techniques and artistic skills of ancient Egyptian craftsmen. The columns are decorated with intricate carvings, depicting scenes of gods, pharaohs, and religious rituals that tell the story of ancient Egypt. The great Hypostyle hall was used for religious ceremonies, serving as a sacred space where priests conducted rituals and offerings to the gods. It was a place where the pharaoh could commune with the gods, reinforcing his divine right to rule and his connection to the divine. The hall is a testament to the power and grandeur of the new kingdom, reflecting the might and religious devotion of the pharaohs who built it. Section 6. The Temple's Later Years. The New Kingdom came to an end around 1069 BC. Egypt entered a period of decline. The temple complex at Karnak was still used for religious purposes. However, it was no longer expanded or embellished. In later centuries, Karnak was occupied by the Romans. They added their own touches to the complex. They built a temple to the god Jupiter. The Romans also converted some of the existing temples into churches. After the fall of the Roman Empire, Karnak was abandoned. It fell into ruin. The desert sands slowly buried the temple complex. Rediscovering a lost world. For centuries, Karnak lay forgotten. The local people knew of its existence. However, the outside world had no idea of its scale or grandeur. In the 18th century, European explorers began to rediscover the wonders of ancient Egypt. In 1798, Napoleon Bonaparte launched his expedition to Egypt. He brought with him a team of scholars and scientists. They were tasked with documenting the ancient monuments of Egypt. The team produced detailed drawings and descriptions of Karnak. These publications helped to spark a wave of interest in ancient Egypt. In the 19th century, archaeologists began to excavate Karnak in earnest. They uncovered the temple complex. Karnak, a World Heritage Site. Today, Karnak is one of the most popular tourist destinations in Egypt. It is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. The complex is visited by millions of people every year. Karnak is an important site for archaeologists and historians. It is a rich source of information about ancient Egyptian culture and religion. Archaeologists are still excavating Karnak. They're making new discoveries all the time. The Karnak temple complex is a timeless wonder. It is a testament to the ingenuity, artistry and devotion of the ancient Egyptians. Karnak is a place of pilgrimage, worship and wonder for over 2,000 years. It continues to inspire us today. As the sun sets over Karnak, it casts long shadows over the ancient stones. It is a reminder of the passage of time. Karnak is a place where the past feels very much alive. It is a place where we can connect with the ancient world. Deep in the heart of Nubia, where the Nile River flows through the sands of time, lies a land steeped in history and mystery. This ancient region with its vast deserts and fertile riverbanks has been a cradle of civilization for millennia. Here stand the colossal temples of Abu Simbel, a marvel of ancient engineering and artistry. These towering monuments, carved directly into the sandstone cliffs, are guarded by 4 colossal statues of Ramesses II. Each statue, with its intricate details and imposing presence, tells the story of a time when pharaohs ruled with divine authority. Their imposing figures, each reaching over 65 feet in height, have captivated travelers and explorers for centuries. These statues are not just stone carvings, they are a testament to the grandeur and ambition of ancient Egypt. Abu Simbel is more than just a temple complex. It's a testament to the power and ambition of one of ancient Egypt's most celebrated pharaohs. The walls of the temples are adorned with intricate hieroglyphics and carvings that depict the might and achievements of Ramesses II. The temple's location was strategically chosen. Nestled on the border between Egypt and Nubia, it served as a sentinel, watching over the lands and resources that were vital to the kingdom's prosperity. It sits on the border between Egypt and Nubia, a region rich in gold and other resources. The Nile River, flowing serenely nearby, was a lifeline, providing water, transportation and sustenance to the people of this ancient land. The imposing facade served as a powerful statement to any who dared to enter Egypt's southern frontier. It was a declaration of strength and a warning to potential invaders. It declared the might and authority of Ramesses II, reminding all of his dominion over these lands. The inscriptions and carvings are not just decorative, they are a chronicle of a ruler's legacy, etched in stone for eternity. As the sun sets over Abu Simbel, casting long shadows over the statues, one can't help but feel a sense of awe. The guardians of Nubia stand as silent sentinels, watching over the land and its people, a reminder of a glorious past that continues to inspire and captivate. Under the starlit sky, the temples of Abu Simbel come alive with a mystical glow. The guardians of Nubia, bathed in the soft light, seem almost ethereal, as if whispering the secrets of the ages to those who listen. Visitors from around the world come to witness this marvel, their faces reflecting the wonder and admiration that these ancient guardians inspire. The legacy of Ramesses II and the grandeur of Abu Simbel continue to leave an indelible mark on all who behold them. Ramesses II, who reigned from 1279 to 1213 BC, is considered one of Egypt's greatest pharaohs. His reign was marked by ambitious building projects, military campaigns, and a flourishing of art and culture. Abu Simbel, his most impressive architectural achievement, was intended to immortalize his legacy and honor the gods of ancient Egypt. Over time, the sands of the desert swallowed Abu Simbel. The temples lay forgotten for centuries, their existence known only through local legends. Then, in 1813, Swiss explorer Johann Ludwig Burckhardt stumbled upon the site. He was captivated by the sight of the colossal statues peeking out from beneath the sand. A monumental rescue, the Great Relocation. In the 1960s, the construction of the Aswan High Dam posed a significant threat to Abu Simbel. The rising waters of Lake Nasser, the reservoir created by the dam, would have submerged the temples entirely.
To save this ancient wonder, UNESCO launched an unprecedented international rescue operation. The temples were carefully cut into massive blocks, each weighing between 20 and 30 tons. These blocks were then transported and reassembled on higher ground 200 feet above the original site.
The relocation was a remarkable feat of engineering and international cooperation, ensuring the preservation of Abu Simbel for generations to come. The temples of Abu Simbel are not just architectural marvels, they are a testament to the grandeur and ambition of ancient Egyptian civilization. Nestled on the western bank of Lake Nasser, these temples have stood the test of time, witnessing the rise and fall of empires. Abu Simbel consists of two temples. These monumental structures were originally carved out of the mountainside during the reign of Pharaoh Ramesses II in the 13th century BC. They were intended to demonstrate the power and divine nature of the pharaoh. The larger temple, the Great Temple, is dedicated to Ramesses II himself, as well as the gods Amun, Ra-Horakhti and Ptah. The facade of the Great Temple is dominated by four colossal statues of Ramesses II, each standing over 20 meters tall, gazing out across the desert. The interior is a labyrinth of halls and chambers adorned with intricate reliefs and towering statues. These halls were designed to impress and inspire awe, with every surface covered in detailed carvings that tell the story of Ramesses II's reign and his divine right to rule.
The small temple, is dedicated to Ramesses II's beloved wife, Queen Nefertari, and the goddess Hathor. This temple is equally impressive, with its own set of statues and carvings that celebrate the queen's beauty and grace. The walls of both temples are covered in detailed carvings. These carvings are not just decorative, they are a visual record of the beliefs, achievements, and daily life of the ancient Egyptians. These carvings depict scenes from Ramesses II's reign, including his military victories, religious ceremonies, and family life. They provide a glimpse into the world of ancient Egypt, showing us the pharaoh's prowess in battle, his devotion to the gods, and his role as a family man.
The vibrant colours, miraculously preserved for millennia, bring these ancient stories to life. The hues of red, blue, yellow and green are as vivid today as they were thousands of years ago, allowing us to connect with the past in a way that words alone cannot convey. As we explore these temples, we are not just looking at stone and paint. We are stepping into a world that has been carefully crafted to honour the gods and immortalise the legacy of one of Egypt's greatest pharaohs. One of the most remarkable features of Abu Simbel is its astronomical alignment. Twice a year, on February 22nd and October 22nd, the rising sun penetrates the great temple's inner sanctuary. The sunlight illuminates the statues of Ramesses II and the gods Amun and Ra-Horakhti, bathing them in a golden glow. This phenomenon, a testament to the ancient Egyptians' advanced understanding of astronomy, is believed to have coincided with significant events in Ramesses II's reign, such as his coronation or the start of the harvest season. The story of Abu Simbel is one of survival against all odds. Over the millennia, the temples have withstood the ravages of time, including natural disasters such as sandstorms and earthquakes. Yet they have remained remarkably well preserved, a testament to the skill and dedication of the ancient builders. From its creation by a powerful pharaoh to its rediscovery by intrepid explorers and its ultimate relocation to escape the rising waters, the history of Abu Simbel is a tale of human ingenuity and perseverance. The temples are a source of inspiration, reminding us of the incredible achievements of the past and the importance of preserving our cultural heritage. It serves as a powerful reminder of the enduring legacy of ancient Egypt and the importance of preserving our shared cultural heritage for generations to come. The ongoing preservation efforts at Abu Simbel ensure that this remarkable site will continue to inspire and educate people for many years to come. As we look to the future, we must remain committed to protecting and celebrating the rich history and cultural achievements of our ancestors.